Good afternoon. And good afternoon to everyone who is joining us on the internet as well. Welcome. I just want to put a bug in your ear before we start to go into your questions. In the United States, you have just celebrated Independence Day. And the celebration is of having gained independence. But what I'm wondering is, how many of you took the 4th of July as an opportunity to grant someone independence? The attention is always on getting independence. And yet, each one of you has concepts about loved ones, friends, family, enemies, and you hold them to your concept of them. In effect, you hold them hostage. And even if they are willing to change, even if they are changing, even if they have changed, and are no longer behaving according to the concepts you're holding of them, you insist on continuing to see them the way you always saw them, and in effect make it extremely difficult for them to be with you, reflecting the changes that they have made in themselves. And so you keep them in bondage to whatever your current perception of them is. So not one of you who is hearing my voice at the moment, not one of you lacks the opportunity to grant someone else independence from the concept you are holding about them. The United States gained independence from England. England had to grant independence to the United States. Each of you must grant independence to your fellow man. And you should have, if you are a citizen of the United States, you should have a real feeling for the significance of having independence. And therefore, it should make sense to you that it is important for those in your lives to have independence from whatever limited perception you would be holding them to. And there should be a glad willingness to grant them independence. Now, there's another aspect in a larger sense that needs to be looked at. And that is that the human condition, the miasma of the human experience, the suffering, the terrorism, the sickness, the death, all of the turmoil of human existence exists for you because you have claimed independence from your source. You have claimed independence from God. You have all, at some point, said, God, I'd rather see it my way. I would rather abandon your perspective of creation and see it in a smaller, tinier, less generous manner. I would like to define everything that you have already defined as creation with the bias that I want to give it. I want to like orchids better than dandelions. I want to like willow trees better than pine trees. I'll still like pine trees, but I want to have favorites. I want to like so-and-so better than so-and-so. I want to have special friends, and then I want to have acquaintances, and then I'll let the rest be strangers. You see? And in your choice not to see with God's vision, which is your birthright to be experiencing everything with, you have created, like I said, a tinier, more limited, less generous viewpoint. And your viewpoint has caused creation to appear to be unlike God's expression. And in the absence of the larger view, you found yourself feeling tiny instead of infinite. And in your tininess, you began to feel vulnerable. And in your vulnerability, you began to feel the need for defense. And you brought into play opposition. And ultimately, what you are defending yourself against is the presence of God, the parts of the presence of God that you decided you didn't want to be your most favorite parts. So as I said, I just wanted to put a bug in your ear. You need to give your attention to releasing others from the concepts you are holding them to and truly grant them independence. And you also need to know that the Father is more than willing. In fact, the very presence of the Father is a standing invitation to you to abandon your independence from Him, so that you might make room for His perspective in your mind, which is the only thing that is supposed to be there in your mind. And in so doing, regain the infinite view that it's your birthright to be experiencing, where nothing is any longer being excluded in any way, shape, or form, and so that you can feel your oneness with it. Now, the steps to coming back home into your right mind begin with granting your brother independence from the concepts you are holding him or her to. It starts with you looking at your brother and beginning to witness for your brother on his behalf, in his favor. And in order to do that, you've got to abandon whatever your current concept of them is. Because until you can remember how to love your brother, you're not going to be able to remember how to experience God as the very presence of you. There has to be an act of love that you express to your brother and sister. And in that act of extension, as I said, you make room for the Father's perspective to enter you. And that blesses you, and that blesses your brother. So, think about this word independence a little more clearly than you may have before. The interesting thing is that when you claim independence from God, you automatically, at some point, have to make other things dependent on you. They become your dependence. I'm not going to elaborate on that. I just want that to sit in your mind, to percolate. And so, part of the undoing of your claiming independence from God is to grant those you have made dependent their freedom. And you grant them their freedom by beginning to open up to what is the truth, the real truth about them, acknowledging it, honoring it. Appreciating those who have changed and grown, that you hadn't let off the hook, as well as appreciating those who still have growing to do, and by acknowledging what they would see as their potential, but you recognize to be the truth about them, you give them support for change, rather than promoting further defense on their part. Okay. Who has a question? Can you pass this to her?
Thank you. The last two or 3 years, I've had a son with drug problems that are, it's better. It's off and on. A father who is, who's had an illness, but my mother and I have felt that we needed to keep him in his home and driving lots and lots of miles to keep him there. And now my husband is ill for the first time in his life. And I was planning to ask you, what's in my thinking that's drawing all this to me? And I think you just answered it with the independence. I suspect I haven't been able to give any independence to these people in my life.
Well, you know what? First of all, you can't make anyone sick. If anything, these people are in your experience and you're in theirs because you have a capacity to give. And they need the gift. And you need to discover the depth of your capacity to love without giving up on them. You have the opportunity here, if you won't fuss about it, of discovering the bottomlessness of your capacity to be there for them on their behalf without depleting yourself. But if you think, oh, I've only got a certain amount of love to give, I only have a certain amount of stamina, I only have a certain amount of follow through, then you will begin to see the call for love as a demand, and you will begin to resist the demand, and you will begin to see it as unfair. And you, by bringing resistance into play, will tire yourself out.
I think I've done that, not so much I am getting tired of helping them, but I feel that I have to earn a living. And I'm not able to pursue that very much because I'm going in so many different directions for these people. But I think it's somewhat the same thing as what you're saying.
Yes, it's important for you not to let frustration and inner fussing to engross you. Don't abandon your willingness to extend your love. But at the same time, you're not meant to go into a self-sacrifice mode. That's unintelligent. And you will get upset sooner or later if you insist upon engaging in self-sacrifice. And that won't be an emotional anger. That will be the very righteousness of you, the very integrity of you saying to you, stop treating yourself disrespectfully. You must take care of yourself. I know I repeat this often, but early on I told Paul, you may be here to serve, but you're not to be the main dish. And if you are a giver, the tendency will be to give beyond reason, beyond what works for you. What I mean by that is that you will neglect yourself in favor of someone else. And Paul has had to learn not to do that because that's not love. Because if you sacrifice yourself, there's no longer anyone there where you were to be loved. So, if you need to work, then stand firmly with that awareness and take whatever steps need to be taken to secure work, and realize that no one else can end up suffering for your being consistent with and in harmony with the integrity of you. Sometimes givers begin to think that they are the only ones, in other words, that they are the specific savior for another, and you never are. The source of another's good is never exclusively you. In fact, the source is never you. The source is always their father, mother. And you may be the manifestation, but you're not the only one. And so when you have to take steps to take care of yourself, acknowledge within yourself that God is their source and God loves them, and entrust them to God. And know that God will find a way, and that it doesn't all rest on your shoulders to find the way. Then you won't get frustrated. And as a result of not being frustrated, the flow of your love extended to those who need you will be freely given. There won't be any barbs attached to it. You see? And because there aren't any barbs or frustrations attached to it, you will not enervate yourself. You will not use up your energy carelessly. And it will be there for you on your behalf and on behalf of those you care about.
just one other thing. With my husband, he and I use spiritual healing through God. And that's what we've chosen to do. And it's sometimes rougher than we had expected. And I'm wondering what your thought is on that.
The first thing I want to make perfectly clear is that it is your right to choose how you want to cope with or deal with this situation. You have an absolute right to choose to do it the way you're doing it. In a way, one of the reasons it's more difficult is because there is unlearning that has to occur. And when you go to a physician, no unlearning is required. And therefore, what has still not been learned will represent itself.
Exactly. Thank you.
You are welcome. But don't assume that all of the unlearning has to be rugged. The only unlearning or learning that is rugged is the learning or unlearning that's resisted. Okay,
Thank you.
you are welcome. Hands. Yes.
Well, this is kind of like stage 2 or chapter 2 of my work saga problem. I very much appreciated your answer last time about not allowing people to walk over me and to stand up for myself. So I've been doing that. And now I'm not sure what my next step is with anything. If I'm going to stay in this job or if something else is going to become obvious to me elsewhere.
Well, first of all, I want to convey that you have learned to, you have allowed yourself to expand to the point where you are registering your well, let's put it this way. Registering the fact that you notice something inappropriate is going on. Now, the next step is to say no to what is going on that is inappropriate. Don't just let them know that what they've done hasn't escaped your attention. Let them know that it hasn't escaped your attention and the way it's being done, you do not accept. In effect, it is learning to say no and express a demand.
Would that be getting the union involved and
Getting,
the union, my union involved?
no.
It's
For
being-
example, you should have told them you wanted that office, that it was unacceptable for it to have gone to a brand new employee when it had been designated yours.
I did plan this when they asked me. They've offered me 3 really crappy ones. Really crappy. and in the hallways, on the way to the lunchroom is one, no windows. And when I go back and they demand that I answer that, I'm going to say, I already picked my cubicle, and that's the one I want,
Indeed,
and not answer their question.
indeed.
And they're also asking me what my decision is about whether I'm going to stay on my job or not, which, if I haven't turned in a resignation, this is really, really new for me to say no. I
Indeed.
don't, this very new territory, and I'm very happy to do it. Nervous.
But
But I need help.
let me tell you that you have just as much right as anyone else to say no. Saying no is not a big deal. It's like a fundamental right. You either can agree or disagree. And to have the right to disagree taken away is a ridiculous idea. And you shouldn't play into it. And you also shouldn't think it's such a big deal. They won't think it's a big deal to say, no, you can't have that office. And you'll sit there and say, it's not a big deal that they said, no, I couldn't have that office. But I can't say no. Your decision is not acceptable. You see, that's what you say. It's okay for them to say no, but it's not okay for you to say no. Start saying no. Don't think it's a big deal. And when you start saying no and you don't think it's a big deal, they'll hear that your no means something. They'll hear that you're meaning no. They'll hear that they can't deal that way with you. And I'm going to be extreme here. If you say no, and they say, well, see you later then, say goodbye to them with gratitude that they've shown their colors for what they truly are. Do not for a moment renege on your no. Do not walk away and say, well, if I hadn't said no, I'd still have my job there. Even though what you would be saying is that you would still have a job there with people who you shouldn't be dealing with at all. And walk on to your next job, carrying with you your newfound right to say no and let the chips fall where they may. Other people are saying no and letting the chips fall where they may. And they do that until someone else says no to them. And they find out that they're dealing with an equal. Just an equal as a human being that has a fundamental right to say no. Because if you can't say yes and no, you can't work together with anyone. You can work for someone. You can't work together with them. So get over this idea that saying no is some humongous, fantastic, big deal. It's about as fundamental as putting your weight on your right foot and then putting your weight on your left foot and putting your weight on your right foot. If you didn't have both feet, you couldn't walk smoothly. If you can't say yes, no, you can't communicate well. You can't work together. You have no freedom.
Of course, my next fear then is there another job for me? That's the scary part. Saying no
Well, I'm
isn't
going to put
scary.
it this way. There are more jobs for principled people than there are for unprincipled people.
So I should just stick with my integrity and
Yes,
then see what happens. It might even be a surprise and they might,
oh, if you stand with your integrity, everything that will follow will be a surprise. For you, until you get used to it.
I'm getting, so I trust this a lot more. And it really does feel good. Some of those fears come back in and they make me think, what on
Not
earth are you
being able
doing?
to say no is like having to write an essay without putting any periods in.
You're right. This is gonna be a real fun month.
Indeed.
It'll start on August 1st. Or more.
It better start right now. I mean, hey, if you make it a special thing to say no to a particular person, then you haven't gotten the idea that saying no is no big deal. And you'll say no half an hour from now if you're asked to do something that it won't work. Or if somebody says, do you like this? And you don't like it, you're going to say no, I don't like it. I don't like that flavor. Or no, I'm not hungry right now. Or no, I'm tired, I need to sit down and rest. Even if it's Paul or Susan that asked you to do something, whom you would be inclined to say yes to.
So it isn't the situation, it isn't my job that's going on here. It's me saying no,
That's right.
period. It just has only to do with me.
And
Me saying no.
That's right. And then when you learn to say no and somebody doesn't hear it, doesn't act as though they heard it, you say to them, like the t-shirt says, what part of no didn't you understand? In many ways, no is the most powerful word in your language. Namely because it is so underused. Yes is the more powerful word, but not when saying yes costs you your integrity. Use no, use the word no as the means of preserving your integrity. Unless you can use both of those words equally well, you're not in a position to, well, let's put it this way, if you can't use them equally, you constantly stand in the position of being abused. Not because everyone else is an abuser, but because you, acting unintelligently by not using those words well, will put yourself in positions that allow you to be taken advantage of. And then you say, those bastards, they are so thoughtless. Well, wait a minute, wasn't it thoughtless for you to not say no? Oh dear, I'm the bastard. Yeah, but when you realize you're the bastard, you're where the power is. Because you're the one who can say no or yes well. As long as you put the blame out on them, how thoughtless they are and how abusive they are. You are powerless to change the situation because it's them, and until they change, you're stuck. When you're the one who's not saying no to their request for that which doesn't fit with you, that which doesn't work, that which violates your integrity. But again, you've got to be a little carefree in your use of the word no. In other words, don't make a big deal out of it. Just start saying no. And don't let the word no be part of a negotiation.
Yeah, I understand.
Otherwise, no really means maybe.
If we talk about it a little bit, I'll give a little here and you give a little there, and yeah.
If you don't let another know what your limits are, they won't know what to honor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This should be very interesting.
I hope so. You deserve an interesting month. You deserve a month in which things change. And change not because you're a mealy-mouthed wimp who's being blown by the prevailing winds of others' opinions, but because you're clear and you've expressed yourself clearly. So that others decide that, well, she's obviously not someone we're going to be able to push around, so we better get rid of her and find someone who will let us push them around.
Yeah.
And you say, great, sayonara. Glad to leave ya. Because I'm not going to remain here and play into this kind of game.
I really am not. I can't do that anymore.
Good. Mean it. But don't just say bye-bye. First say, I want that office. That was my office. You want me to work in a place at a great distance? If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it in an office with a window, and it's going to be the one that was given to me initially. And if you can't do that, then find another toady to push around. This is not arrogance. This is self-respect.
And this is the first time I really do see that in a job. I've always thought, there's something wrong with me. Not this time. Now I can very clearly see it is not me. And I can't do this anymore. And it isn't worth
But
keeping
you also
this.
can't be too sure that it's them until you said the buck stops here.
Right. I understand that. I
Good.
haven't quite done it. I've come close.
Yes. That's why I didn't let you off the hook and say something else.
Good. Thanks.
You're welcome. Self-respect is not arrogance, and self-respect is not self-righteousness. And declaring your limits is not unkind. To express who you are clearly at any given moment gives others the information they need so they can know how to relate to you well. And if they can't relate to you well, their poor behavior will become more noticeable to you, and it will be obvious to you that you need to dissociate yourself and not stay where you are treated thoughtlessly. But before you leave, you provide the opportunity for thoughtful behavior to come into play by stating your needs clearly and unequivocally. You see? You could say that's witnessing for your so-called bad employer, because by being clear, you give that person the opportunity to behave better. You see?
And some, my fellow employees too.
Indeed. Yes. So, this next month may well be a month in which the most wonderful thing that happens is that you breathe easily. You breathe deeply, not breathing up on the edge of the top of your breath, and you feel whole because you haven't sacrificed yourself. You don't feel better than anyone, but wonder of wonders, you don't feel worse than anyone. And then believe that that feeling of being worse than everyone is a valid self-experience, you see. That could be the most interesting part of this coming month. And if you do end up applying for a job somewhere else, you will walk into that job with a clearer sense of who you are and more self-respect. And it'll show to your future employer. And you'll be on the ball during the interview process. And you won't just say yes, yes, yes to everything they offer, because at least they're offering you something. Even though what they're offering you doesn't really feel good, except that you think it'll give you a little bit of security. And so don't sacrifice your integrity for a little bit of security. Because at that very point, you've disrespected yourself, and you've taught your future employer that here's another toady he or she will be able to manipulate and push around. Or it will be an employer who would never push you around, but recognizes the tendency on your part to be pushed around, which would make you, to them, a less desirable potential employee. Because although they may not push you around, who on the rest of the staff might? And therefore she or he would, the employer, would lose your value because you could be swayed easily by a tendency to acquiesce to everybody because you think they're better than you. You see? Intelligence is intelligence, and it oozes out all over the place, and it makes a difference in your experience as well as the experience of those around you. And the less intelligence you express, the more welcome you are going to be in the company of those who express less intelligence. And because you have some degree of intelligence, you'll be miserable there. Until you realize that your whole problem is you haven't learned how to say no. Which is absolutely fundamental right. Without being able to say either yes or no, you have no freedom. Remember that. If you don't have yes and no equally available to you, you have no freedom. you become the victim of tyranny. That's how fundamental it is. And it's really an inalienable right. So the United States had to say no to England so that they could subsequently say yes and no to England and everyone else. Okay?
Thank you very much.
You are
Thanks.
welcome. You are welcome. We're going to take a break. Does anyone have a yes, but, or a further comment about the word no?
Are you asking what part of no we don't understand?
I find it most difficult to say no, like to my mother and father. There seems to be some very definitive lines that are difficult to react to, like you react to the postman with, no, this is not my letter. But with family, it is exceedingly difficult to say no because you try so hard to please, and many times you do yourself in. You use the word sacrifice. Why is it okay for some situations in your life and not okay for other situations? There's not a consistent blend. I find myself.
Oh, I'm going to interrupt. Who's determining that in some situations it's all right and other situations it's not?
Well, I guess I'm going on the premise that families, the expectation of honesty within a family unit of a mother and father or grandmother, grandfather, seems to be attached to the supposed tos and because of. You would never treat your mother and father any differently than you treat anybody else. You would be more honest with them and less honest with yourself.
But at the bottom line, even though the family unit seems to dictate that in some instances or with certain people it's all right to say no, and with others it's not all right to say no, even though, let us say, you get reinforcement from the family unit, at the bottom line, you are the one making the determination that under this circumstance, I will feel free to say no, and under this circumstance or with this individual, I do not feel comfortable saying no. I'm going to be blunt with you. Grow up. Why? So that you might have an opportunity to relate to your mother and father, adult to adult.
Well, I'm speaking in the past because they both passed on. But my mother was a very, people would say to me, oh, are you adopted? We can't believe you'd be treated this way as an only child. I mean, it was very debilitating and intimidating to me. And
And so for the sake of the family, you sacrificed yourself.
I
For the
think,
sake of not making waves. For the sake of not forcing anyone else to grow and relate to you in a new way, you bit the bullet.
yes. But now I want to find, or I don't know why I adhere this to pain, because I know that's a choice also. You know, I mean, human beings are certainly fragile at all levels of life. But to find a forgiveness, because I know I care.
I will tell you something. Fragile people are the most powerful people in the world. People who are fragile are the most powerful people in the world. As long as they have a sucker who will believe them. Fragile people usually have a fist of iron, and they have learned how to manipulate people by pretending to be fragile, and they end up controlling people around them. Why do they do it? Because it works. Because there are enough people around who won't say no to them, that they get constantly served. Whew. So whoever fed you that little bit of bullshit, yeah, people are, really basically fragile. Well, tain't so. All you have to do is disagree with the fragile person in order to find out how strong they are. They may come on strongly and say, "You'll be the death of me yet." But they won't let you go. They'll just wheedle at you until you finally stop making waves for them because they're so fragile. That's power. You know, in the eve of the house, there are some swallows who come every year. And yesterday the babies just fledged. And in another 6 weeks or so, the parents will come back and lay another nest of eggs. You think the 4 babies that just fledged today will be welcome? They won't be around. Families nurture and support the growth of new individualities so that they might fledge and leave the nest and not be beholden to it as a baby or an infant or a minor or a dependent again. The whole point is for these individualities to grow and arrive at a point where they abandon dependence. Which means they arrive at the point where when mom says do something, they don't do it. They don't do it because she said to do it anyway. They may do it because it's appropriate, and adult to adult, they're willing to help. There's a point at which a growing individuality has to arrive at a point of taking responsibility for his or her actions instead of letting mom or dad take responsibility for his or her actions, you see? That's healthy. When the capacity to say no is not available to you, it is not healthy. You do not have freedom. I can't make it any more plain than that. You're a servant. And a servant is someone different from someone who serves. A servant is indentured. A servant is in bondage. A servant is obligated to serve. But one who serves because it's his or her choice to serve is free. And until you have the freedom to relate to your parents, because it's your choice, you haven't grown up yet. You haven't come into the fullness of the whole reason you had parents.
Well, my father died, but my mother never took it upon herself to call me and tell me that he had passed on. I mean, I feel like there's a space that I'm willing to deal with now, that isn't victimizing, but just like finding peace of mind, that there's closure. Without responsibility.
It's simple. She didn't know any better, and you didn't know any better. But at any moment, you can know better. And you can forgive yourself, and you can forgive her. And move on with closure. And with the new perspective that you have, you will be free not to play into similar dynamics with others whom you have determined it's not appropriate to say no to. You must be able to say no and yes to everyone and mean it. Do you hear that? You must be able to say no and yes to everyone and mean it. And stand with your no or yes, whether they like it or not. Because when you are saying no or yes, you are being clear. And when you're being clear, other people can relate to you really. It cuts the game playing crap. And everybody, in the end, appreciates the absence of game playing and manipulation. And if they don't, it means they are addicted to the game, and you don't want to be around them. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Does anyone else have a comment related to that topic? Okay, well then, new questions?
It's sort of related.
Okay.
It's related, I guess, in the way that all of our questions are always related. When I really feel the clarity of what you're saying about yes and no, and I really feel that I think I'm at a point in my life, maybe just because I'm getting old enough to recognize it, or that I want to be learning how to do that, and that it feels good to do that. And I've labeled myself as being indecisive. I've found in my life experience that I tend to be really wishy-washy. And that kind of came up a year
Well,
ago.
nobody can put their finger on you that way, right? They can't quite nail you down.
Yeah, and it's dumb, you know. It's for me. It doesn't feel good to me either. And I guess what I'm finding now is how do I, in order to learn how to say yes and no, I have to learn how to trust myself and what I find to be my integrity in any given moment. So, as I'm exploring that, how do I?
So in other words, the practice of speaking with clarity requires that you become clear with yourself.
Right, exactly.
Isn't that marvelous?
Yeah. So what?
It's so simple, isn't it?
So what is it? What is it specific to me, I guess, or my step right now in my life that will help me find clarity? I've made some pretty clear decisions lately and there's lots of change on the rise, but I think I'm still wishy-washy inside. There's just this, you know, it's just this feeling that I tend to hold with me, and I'm tired of it. I'm done. I don't want to be wishy-washy. I want to be able to say, yes, that's what I want. No, that's not what I want. I want to be able to treat my partner with that kind of integrity. I want to be able to relate with him from the place of, I know what I need. I know how to take care of myself well enough that I can speak that to whoever I'm around.
Clarity sometimes involves saying, I don't know.
Yeah.
The key lies in the places where you are being unclear because you're hiding. If you're being unclear because it feels safer than making commitment, that's what you want to stop playing into. At the bottom line, that's part of remaining a child. Peter Pan syndrome. It's a way of avoiding commitment. I wouldn't worry about that as much as I would give my attention to making more commitments. Being clear about things you can be clear about. And enlarging the number of things you can be clear about. Why? So that you can feel like you're really standing on the ground you're standing on. The only ones for whom your lack of clarity would be valuable would be those who want to use you. Those who would want you to be subject to their rules or the way they want you to be around them, or who want somebody who won't challenge them, and they don't give a damn about you or your integrity. So, what do you get out of being clear? Well, you end up being avoided by those people who would abuse you. Again, being clear is no bigger a deal than saying no. Except that it makes all the difference to the way you experience yourself. Every child is wishy-washy, even those born in May. They still are dependent. They still rely on the adults. They want their way, but they don't know how to get their way. And so they are in a state of reliance. You're just at a threshold of abandoning reliance upon others. You're at a point of discovering that because you're not dealing with parents anymore, you're dealing with other adults who expect you to be an adult, that if you play the child role and you remain wishy-washy, unlike your parents, if your parents were relatively healthy parents, they will not have your best interest at heart. So you learn to be clear so that you stand there in your own right. You're not here to be the sail on someone else's ship.
And one of the ways that I can foster that in myself is just trying to make more commitments.
Absolutely. Well, becoming clear about more things. Stop the habit or the tendency to defer to others and wait to hear what they might suggest.
I think my big thing is I'm afraid.
Like the runaway bride. Eat all of the various kinds of eggs so that you can find out which ones you really like.
I gotta throw caution to the wind a little bit more, I think.
Pardon?
I think I need to throw caution to the wind a little bit more, let things happen in my life, not try and wait to commit until I'm so sure that there's no room for mistakes or richness to occur.
That's a good idea. Yes. Provide yourself with as much experience as you can. Explore life with intelligence, but explore it and pay attention to yourself. Again, avoid being unclear when being unclear is a tool you're using to hide from life.
So if I'm doing that, then what do I do? If I notice that, then do I just flip a coin or say, heck, I choose this, or...
Yes. Yes, you choose a direction to move in. It's like the old saying, you can't steer a car that's parked at the curb. Once you put your foot on the gas pedal and the car is moving, you may not be moving in the right direction, but because you're moving, you can change directions. And by virtue of moving, it will become clear to you whether you're moving in the right direction, in the direction you want to be moving in. Yes.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Yes. Yes, in the back.
Well, my cup runneth over. I have so much to be thankful for, and I am deeply grateful. However, there are some areas that could use improvement. One of which is that I'm not hearing my guide at the moment, and my ego pops up and says, well, you probably never did. That was all your imagination. How am I blocking that?
There is a quiet fear that if you continue to hear, or if you hear it once again, that it's going to upset the apple cart, the status quo, and that won't be a good or happy thing. There's a fear that it will constitute changes that will be too radical. But you know something? Guidance is an expression of love. And it's always expressing the Father's will for you. And because you're not truly separated from any aspect of creation, infinitely speaking, then guidance is always a blessing to everyone and everything. The guidance you receive will never have disruption and failure as its goal in your life, but greater harmony and greater fulfillment. And so it will not overwhelm you, and it will not overwhelm your family. If anything, your family will perceive you to be a more loving person, a more benign person, not a wimp, but non-threatening. You don't need to be afraid that disruption is going to be the result. And so I want to make it perfectly clear that the love with which you are embraced by your guide and by the Father, and that the function and purpose of this love is to reveal greater and greater harmony and more fulfillment. How could fulfillment be fulfillment if it estranged you from your world? It couldn't and it can't. So let go of the fear. You can even ask your guide to be gentle with you.
a dream that I had about being lifted up into a lighted room and held so lovingly. Was that an encouragement? What was the meaning there?
That was exactly its meaning.
It was great.
That is the nature of the love with which you are held at every moment.
I like it.
And imagine, if you will, that if you let yourself feel that it couldn't help but ooze out of you in a way that made those around you feel more beautiful. That's what you need to know right now.
Thank you.
You are welcome. You'll find yourself hearing again. Yes. Warm? No. Go to the light switch on the wall there. And the second button from the top, hold it down until you hear a beep. Stop. Okay. Hands. Here in the front.
There's a book called Ancient Memories by Ronald Way. And it's the story of Jesus' life and his relationship with his friend Asher Ben-Ami. Can you comment on the value of that book as a transformational tool? And could you comment on...
Well, let me ask you if you can comment on it as a transformational tool for you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. It's my favorite book that I've ever read. It's changing on my life. It's magnificent. Would you mind commenting on the historical accuracy?
No, I will not. Because it doesn't matter. It simply doesn't matter. The Christ is the living Christ. Now, today. I hesitate to say this only because of the very Catholic way in which it is likely to be heard. But the fact is that I am the living Christ. The reason I hesitate to say it is because it can be so easily misconstrued to mean that I am the only living Christ. When the fact is that every single one of you are my brothers and sisters and are equally the Christ, and the Christ of you is the living Christ, the dynamic presence of God in this moment. I refrain from commenting about history and historical accuracy. It doesn't matter because it isn't something to be relied upon. What needs to be relied upon is the living Christ in this moment that isn't out of the past, but is out of the, and I have to use words that involve time, even though time has nothing to do with it, the momentary, the in-the-moment impulse of God that is the movement of creation or God's self-expression that constitutes you. And if you're looking for the Christ, don't look for the Christ in history. Look for the in-the-moment impulse of God being God that constitutes your in-the-moment conscious experience of being conscious, and the holiness of that experience of being conscious. The only way that book can be of value to you is if it's causing you to connect with and resonate with the living Christ in you now, and the living Christ that I am now. Because that inner movement of connection and meaning is what moves you out of your accumulated false ideas about who and what you are that are keeping you in a state of suffering. You see?
I do.
I don't care what book it is, whether it's A Course in Miracles or the book you mentioned or any other holy book. The essential element of your awakening will always be an inner movement, an inner experience of the impulse of God in action. That whatever book you have been reading has caused you to feel secure enough to let control go enough so that you could feel that impulse of the living God in you illuminating itself as the living Christ that you are.
I think sharing the book, most of my reading's been isolated. Sharing the book with Donna is probably a big part of my experience.
It isn't being a private experience. Yeah. You really can't wake up all by yourself. Yes. So is it the book, or is it the sharing, or is it both? Or is it the book and the sharing and the feeling of the impulse of God right in the middle of you that is illuminating the living Christ that you are right in the middle of you?
Yes.
Yes. Shall we talk about the historical accuracy of your sharing with Donna? Or the practical and mechanical details of your sharing? No. You see, because those things don't matter.
Those are the blocks. Those are all the roads that aren't the real alternative.
That's right. They are distractions. Okay. Hands. In the back.
I'd like to make some comments about what I feel has been happening to me, and would you correct me as I move along with my comments where I'm mistaken? Because basically what I'm looking to see is how...
How long are these comments going to take?
All afternoon. No, I'll try to make it brief. I feel that lately, a lot of what you're saying pertains to me, and I think probably to all of us, as far as the saying no and being clear. And recently, I believe that in doing that, practicing that,
I'm going to interrupt for just a moment. For everyone that I've spoken to so far about this, an interesting factor is that as you express clarity, it moves you into new company. I said it in so many words before that those who can't use you any longer will not want you around. But the more clarity and the more of your integrity you express, the more you will find yourself moved into new company, a new circle of associations that are in harmony with the clarity and integrity that you are expressing, that you are embodying. That's another one of the benefits. Okay, continue.
could it also move you back into company that you may have departed from and then returned to as a result of the same thing?
It could if the old company has had a transformation and is in a truly new place that is consistent with the integrity and the clarity you are now expressing, but not otherwise, no.
So, well, I'll go on, but that may come up as part of my question. I wasn't necessarily feeling that as a result of the two things.
I will say that the old company that you are truly speaking of has not undergone a transformation, and therefore you would not find a mutual means of communication being present that wasn't there before. It still isn't there.
Or am I clear about who you're talking about? Because there's there's a couple of different situations.
I'm speaking about him.
Oh, I didn't, yes, I agree with you there, totally. And that's not really who I meant. But that's good to know, and that's what I felt.
It
Yes.
is important for you to know that. Continue.
So you're saying that maybe I wasn't as sure as I think I am, that that's the case.
I am saying that there has been the slightest willingness, there has been
Uh-huh.
the slightest willingness to provide benefit of the doubt
Mhm.
where it is not yet warranted.
Mhm. And this is a recently passed relationship that there has not been closure on, but I had let go of. Correct? Is that correct?
This is with him.
Yeah. Well, there's more than one him. But I think I know the one you're talking about, and that's the
The
relationship.
big M.
Yeah, okay. Now, there's also a work-related situation which I feel a similar movement has happened where I participated and became clearer with this individual, and then I
Yes,
have...
I will be clear on this one too. You have more integrity than this one is expressing, and you do not match,
Mhm.
and it is not appropriate to force an ongoing relationship there.
So to let it go.
Indeed.
Okay.
So that you might have opportunity to have a relationship that embodies more integrity and doesn't require you to sacrifice yours.
Okay. Has anything else crystallized since letting go of this part-time situation? There is one in place, an employment situation that's in place, which I'm looking towards renegotiating about. Renegotiation has not taken place yet, so I don't know what's going to happen there, because I know I need to be clearer first before I see where it might go. But it doesn't suffice my needs, so there has to be other forms of activity for, income, along with this current one that's still in place.
What I'm going to suggest is that at the same time you are becoming clear about renegotiating the remaining
Mhm.
employment that you have, that you at the same time be looking for other employment that would replace both.
Uh-huh.
In other words, that would be sufficient to meet your need without your having to have two
Two jobs,
jobs.
okay.
Indeed.
How well suited am I, and how appropriate is this type of work? And should it continue, this line of work? Am I well suited for this, and is it still appropriate as a means of offering the gift of me in these types of situations with families?
It is an excellent, I will say, a perfect match. It is an excellent activity for you.
So in advertising, I should continue to advertise in that line
I
of
would
work?
indeed, yes.
Okay.
But I would exercise my prerogative to say no to any opportunity that presents itself that does not meet your need.
So we're talking numbers here,
We are talking numbers.
right? And to be even more clear about that when
Absolutely.
I interview.
Yes.
Yes, because thus far I haven't met with a lot of availability for the numbers that I'm asking. And so I've allowed for less only because, I didn't have any offers that would exceed what I feel, or meet what I was asking. Is that likely to change?
It is important for you not to assume that there are not positions available that would meet your need, because that will cause you to already be settling for less before you even extend the offer of your services. There is a certain dignity you need to carry with yourself, as you need to carry with yourself as you move forward.
So might I have avoided the situation I'm currently in if I had been more clear and found, and not stumbled over this lack as much?
Yes,
Was it a mistake to
Yes.
agree to the,
I have been working with you patiently for a number of years to promote and instill and inspire a greater sense of your integrity and of your ability to present yourself with dignity that commands a certain response without your being a commanding person.
how am I moving along with that?
Quite well. Considering the just a moment. That's me, Paul, saying just a moment. Well, considering the inertia that existed,
Indeed.
oh, indeed, yes. There was a certain self-satisfied comfort that made little demand, let's say, upon your world to reflect back to you more of your dignity. And the inertia was the just a moment. Was the inertia was the reluctance to abandon the level of comfort that you had embraced, even though your world was not reflecting back to you as much of the dignity of your being as was actually there to be reflected back to you. In other words, to be very specific, the utter beauty, serenity, and casualness of Kauai allowed you to experience an ongoing peace and sense of well-being that allowed you to relax too much and be satisfied with a level of comfort in your life that did not reflect back to you all of the dignity that you have. And so I have been standing with you over the years here, nurturing, pushing, nudging you out of that level of don't take me too seriously here, out of a level of stupid comfort. Sort of like the comfort one gets from too many beers. It's a comfort that isn't vital and alive. Except that you became, let us say, inebriated with beauty and a wonderful climate and an ability to be without too many demands and without making too many demands. But it was like a pond that didn't have a significant input of fresh water, just enough to keep it from beginning to smell. Just enough fresh water to keep the pond from going stagnant. But the pond, not having enough water to be more than just this side of stagnant, did not allow for the teeming life that a pond with a much fuller input of fresh water could sustain. And so I, as well as your guide and the Father and the very nature of being, have been nurturing, as I said, and inspiring you to let in more fresh water and to get out of that environment of peace and harmony into an environment in which a more vigorous, fuller experience of peace and harmony could come into play. Are you understanding what I'm saying?
I believe so.
Yes, it has been for you a vigorous and unsettling experience.
To leave Kauai.
Yes, but you are coming into a fuller experience of your integrity, and I am now telling you that it is appropriate for you to expect your world to reflect back to you more of that integrity and dignity.
Why hasn't
Because you were too settled, too comfortable. And you are...
I'm not complaining, but I
I
haven't
mean,
seen
before you
much
came
change.
here, and the shift has been, in some sense, rugged,
Oh, yeah.
because the stupid rest, the rest that wasn't a full experience of fulfillment, has been difficult to let go of. It
So
has
I waited
taken
too long.
energy to get past the inertia.
I didn't want to dwell on this because I know there's a lot of other people with questions, but is it appropriate for me to work with you on this?
So it was not wrong for you to go there.
But did I stay too long at the fair? Is that basically what you're saying? Or under the
Yes.
coconut tree?
That is correct.
Okay, so I could sit here now and feel really stupid. But I don't want to do that, and I want to make sure I don't do that. So how do I avoid
Well,
that?
I would encourage you to thank your lucky stars that you had that wonderful experience. But
Oh, I
you
do.
may also be grateful that that more vitality and more of the vigor of the fulfillment of God's purpose is occurring in your life. And as I said, it's important for you to anticipate watching your world reflect back to you more of the dignity of your being that you deserve to be experiencing.
Rather than kidding myself about the fact that probably a lot more than I realized, I question whether I made the right decision in leaving there, or whether going back would be I never believed that was the way, but I know that I had
You are
wonderful.
really quite clear on the fact that you're not going back and
Right.
it would not be appropriate.
Right. But I was willing to leave. I mean, I wasn't that drunk.
That's
But
correct.
is this just for me? I mean, is this really just an experience alone, I mean, for me and me alone, that you're, or is that a tendency that could happen to many in a place like that? I wonder.
Oh, I will tell you something. It doesn't necessarily take a beautiful place for one to get stuck in stupid rest.
I see.
It can happen in
For
in a-
incarnations.
It can happen in a home where the wife is being battered and doesn't leave. To be there is a matter of stupid rest. You see, because that one is holding on to a level of comfort that is not intelligent, but which they have become comfortable with. So to stay where increasing intelligence embodied in one's life is not occurring is what we're talking about.
So my original reason for wanting to talk with you had to do with endeavoring to see how on track I have been being, and that my commitment to being here, at least for now, that it is out of clarity,
It is, and it's
Right here.
absolutely on track.
and specifically here.
Specifically here, yes,
I mean, not New Jersey here.
that is correct.
I mean, okay, one more thing. As far as partnership is concerned, with the closure, or lack of closure, but the completion of this recent partnership, my understanding currently is that I have not encountered the next
That is correct.
situation, that it has not shown up.
That is correct.
Okay, but the desire there for such an experience is certainly, I have a great deal of willingness, and I believe that
And your willingness to expect it is part of your invitation to your world to reflect back to you the more of your dignity that is actually there, so that you have the concrete evidence of it.
I see. Do you have any further direction for me?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you.
You are welcome. We will take a break. Okay. I just want to make one comment before we proceed, and that is that whenever you experience increased clarity, whenever insight occurs and you find yourself in a new place, at a new level, it will always seem as though the place you just emerged from was a place of greater stupidity, if I may put it that way, a place of greater ignorance. Very often one's ego comes in and says, wow, you were really stupid, and we'll make a great fuss about it. Well, be wise. Just because increased clarity has shown you that you had less clarity before, should only serve you in one way, and that is to cause you to say, thank God, I'm clearer now. Of course, it's going to look like you were less on the ball before. Of course. So what? Don't make anything of it. Okay. Hands? Okay.
This is
Testing. Testing. Hold on. It's okay. Good. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for helping to guide and bring to our awareness the orchestration of our wedding, because I felt like it was divinely inspired, and it was our intention to do it through guidance and this transformation. Thank you. I hesitate to say that I related to Monique's answer because I want the answer to be unique and specific to my experience. Jesse and I just moved to Portland, and that's brought up tremendous grief and also more and more curiosity as to what my purpose of fulfillment is now. And I want to ask you specifically, is the grief around letting go of an old lifestyle, an old way of thinking? Because that's how I experienced it.
It is. And in many ways, your situation is similar to hers, in that the grief is around the letting go of being a child, as though being an adult is going to be much less of a fulfilling experience. When the fact is that if you embrace it, you're going to come into a fuller realization of who you are and what your purpose is. it's sort of like a butterfly having come out of the chrysalis and still sitting, holding on to the chrysalis in all of its new glory with gorgeous wings, grieving over the loss of its secure abode that it just emerged from, not realizing yet that it now has wings and can soar, and that it has new capacities that it hasn't even explored. So basically that's where you are. At a point of engaging capacities that are already present with you, but which carry you in a direction different from the past. A past that was meaningful and should have been meaningful, but one which is no longer present. Allow the grief, but don't become preoccupied with it.
It is as part of this transformation around vocation again, because I've been feeling for quite some time. Well, obviously, from some physical experiences, having an injured hip for the last year, that brought to my attention that I wasn't really able to do my old work. And part of the grieving, I also saw there was fear around, well, what am I going to do if I'm not doing this? And I'm just wondering if part of that coming out of the cocoon into the butterfly state is that also shifting from carpentry into something else.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Because we talked last time.
The butterfly no longer nibbles on leaves, and it no longer engages in the activities that the caterpillar had. But it's also not grounded anymore. Now, I'm not meaning to imply that you're now ungrounded, but the point is the caterpillar cannot soar, cannot fly, and cannot make the trek, if it's a monarch butterfly, back down to Brazil. So the butterfly's activities are entirely new, with different intents.
With different intention, but it can be the same, same avenue of expression. Is that, you know where I'm going with that?
Pardon?
Well, I could continue doing carpentry, but it could be through a different intention. See, that's,
Yes, that is true.
well, am I shifting from that though? Because that's what I'm feeling. But is there any
Yes,
guidance?
the fact is that you will be shifting out of that arena of activity.
Okay, thank you.
And I encourage you to be curious about the new one and to have certain joyful expectations so that you might be curious with vigor.
Yeah.
Yes.
I guess the little glitch for me is taking on a false sense of personal responsibility for creating finances while Jess, for both of us, while Jess goes to school. Under these circumstances, it seems a little more challenging to trust that process of uncovering. Can you say anything to that, in regards to that?
Well, if trust is what is going to allow maximal transformation, rather than just little bit at a time transformation, then the practice of trust here is going to be extremely valuable and is going to give you, as well as Robbie, an interesting month. Let's put it this way. Again, it's not the best choice of words, but God didn't give you life so that you could fail. You do not have existence so that you can experience it as the absence of fulfillment. That means that absolutely everything about your existence is geared toward the actual concrete experience of fulfillment. And fulfillment is a joy to experience. So I would avoid getting into any false sense of personal responsibility and instead give my attention to what is going to unfold in the most practical terms that is going to be fulfilling for you, is going to provide the financial support that both of you need, and then be willing to receive it before it has appeared. Be willing to receive it. Don't distract yourself with the burden of personal responsibility. That's a thought, and it's a distraction, and it squelches curiosity.
Yeah, I understand. So I understand that just to open myself up and participate and explore
And stay in touch with your needs. Be aware of what your specific needs are so that you can say, okay, the rent has to be paid on the 15th. God, I'm interested in seeing how this is going to unfold. Or the garden hose, we ran over the garden hose, the fitting on it, and we need another hose, and we don't have the money at the moment to go out and buy it, but that's the need. God, I'm interested in seeing how this unfolds, how this remanifests, you see. Be aware of the specific needs, but not so that you can figure out how to take personal responsibility, but so that you can be open to the manifestation of its fulfillment, and so that you'll be ready to see and embrace the manner in which it's going to unfold.
yeah, that's where so I need to resist that temptation to go back into the avenue of carpentry to meet the need, or is that,
No, you don't need to resist it, but you will be shifting out of it. So don't hold on to it.
Okay. And this is the shift, because when Jessie was deciding to go to school, you said, after she had asked you that question, I had a question, and you told me that her having given herself permission to pursue school for herself would then inspire me to allow myself to open up to what I truly desire, which still seems to be out of my perception. Is there anything, any hints or anything you can give me?
No, I cannot.
Okay.
But it's coming forth.
Okay. So I'm on track.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Is that all I need to know?
It is all you need to know.
Great.
I want you to know that the grief you're feeling is an indicator of the degree to which you have actually let go of being a child. It's the strength of the grief tells you the degree of resolve you have brought to the decision to, quote, grow up. And that should be an encouragement to you.
Yeah. That's,
No one feels grief over a decision that's only lip service.
yeah, it felt pretty deep.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Yes. Right here on the end. Yes.
A few years ago, my mother-in-law died, and she wasn't a Christian, but I felt she was probably one of the most spiritual people that I knew. So I asked in my mind if she was awake yet, and heard the answer yes, which I just thought was wonderful. But it kind of led me to start, if I knew someone who had died, movie stars, famous people, my family, it just runs through my mind to say, well, is he awake or is she awake? And I still hear yes, no, and I'm going somewhere with this, okay? So lately, I had this kind of thing I had to do that was hard, and all day long I was thinking about my friend from childhood that was such a close friend. So I asked if she was awake, and heard yes. And it just seemed like maybe she'd come to spend this hard day with me. And then I think it was yesterday, I asked if my dad was awake, and heard that he was. And now my question is, I think they can't talk to us the way our own God can and you can. But I do have...
No, I will correct you on that. Anyone who is awake can talk to you.
Oh, that's what I wondered, because I felt closeness, and I felt directed by my mother-in-law to go see my father-in-law, and I was scared to drive, and I had the most easy, perfect trip in the middle of winter down the coast of Oregon. I mean, I knew I was getting all kinds of help from her and from my nephew, who wanted me to visit his parents, even though I didn't really want to see my sister. I just had to do it. Anyway, that needs to be healed too, and I'm open to that. Okay, that was my question, if I could. I'm not going nuts, am I? I mean, it just seems like these people
No,
are...
you're going insane.
Oh. Great, because it just seems like these people are healthy, and that I really, really love them and appreciate them.
And they know it.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, hands. Right here in front.
I just want to start by saying that I love you a lot, Raj, and I'm not always with you, but I try. I have a question.
You're always with me. You're just not always paying attention.
I hear that.
What I want you to hear, really, is that there's no way for you to get away from me. There is no way for us to become unjoined, even if you aren't paying attention to me.
It's comforting. I do know that you're always there. It's my willingness, I know. And it's really valuable to be here. Next Thursday, my dad will have passed 30 years ago. And I was wondering, being that he was a wishy-washy type person and he got sick real young, that did he come back in physical form and had a new family and a new job and a new situation, or not?
Why do you ask it in the context of his having been a wishy-washy person?
Because that was a limitation that he saw as he passed and made the conscious choice to come back in physical form versus not, to learn more about himself through this experience of being here with people in a physical way.
No, actually, he has not incarnated again. Because he became clear enough to see that he didn't need to do that in order to proceed with his awakening. So it did not fulfill purpose.
I had a near-death experience. I remember making a conscious choice, so I thought at the time to come back, because it was an experience where it's such a fine line between being totally sane and totally insane. And if we just tweak it ever so much, we're all just awake. And I was in awe with that experience. But yeah, then I got conscious and I realized I couldn't touch anybody as I know how to touch people. And that made me feel like I couldn't let go of that. So I think at the time I made a conscious choice to come through, and it was very loud, and I woke up and the nurse was sitting there, and it was like, oh, I was back. Was that true?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And I know that we don't touch each other like this. It's nothing like this. But
It's infinitely more.
it's real, what we're going to all eventually do with each other. And I do understand that we're brothers and sisters. We're not husbands and wives or any of this stuff. We're just working it out with each other, doing good business with each other. And like I said, getting our yeses, hopefully, yes. And that's how we're learning about our yeses and our nos, to have balance with that, so we treat each other well. So then, yeah, and that's what I was thinking too. I didn't need to, if I ever had that situation again where I was dying, that I wouldn't come back. I would make the conscious choice not to come back. So I see that you don't have to.
Don't be so sure.
So you never know until you're actually there.
That's right.
Okay. Okay.
I will tell you that there are many that make a conscious choice to stay there, and they're not allowed. You are not in charge. The only thing you can decide to do is to yield to God, and whether you decide to or not, you will.
I hear that. I hear that. And that's good. That's a good thing.
It is.
Yeah, you know, and too, if I may, I read a little bit of the Masters of the Far East, And I had this comforting thought, I always see you and Buddha walking together up in the mountains, and I feel like that's true. I feel like you two knew each other, and
That is true.
yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah,
I walk with a lot of other people too.
I bet you do. And you know, there's so much, I want to be one of the
Some
boys,
just
or
like
however
you.
you want to say it.
Some just like you.
Some like, just not all the time.
I mean,
I mean, you're available, I
there,
know.
we do not have a special brotherhood of the elite
I hear you.
sons of God, you know.
Yeah, sometimes I see it that way, like I'm an outsider in a way, but I know it's
Of
not
course
true.
you do. Everyone does who isn't awake. Their choice to be different has given them, all of you, an experience of being on the outside of everything instead of in the middle of it, or instead of it all being in the middle of you.
Good thing.
I'm glad it pleases you to see the two of us in your mind walking together. But it's important for you not to be able to use that to confirm your outsiderness. You know what? And this is true of every single one of you. You're all here with me. And here is not somewhere else. I could say I'm here with you. But then you would interpret that to mean that I was in your concept of where you are. You are right here with me in the middle of the kingdom of heaven. I am companioning with you, whether you can hear me talking to you in this fashion or whether you're somewhere else and you don't hear me at all. You know, I'm companioning with Buddha and you at this very instant.
He can hear you.
Those who are awake hear everyone, experience everyone, constantly, including you.
I kind of know what you mean there. I mean, I sort of experienced that level of connectedness with
Yes, you did.
everyone. And the thing that's kind of puzzling is that it's such a fine tweaking to be sane. And yet we all want to be insane. It's just bizarre.
You are correct. You are correct.
So much work.
And that's why I continually convey that it's not difficult to wake up. And that's why I encourage everyone to be curious, to see the more of reality right here in the leaves or right here in the glass, right there in each other. Because it's just a little tweak. And that's why I say it's not hard work and you don't have to earn it. All you have to do is become curious. Open your mind a little bit. And don't imagine that it's going to be hard.
And it's just loving Abba. I mean, it's like just in your heart always. It just seems from that book, that Ancient Memories, that you always loved Abba. You would, supposedly the book said that as a boy that you didn't fit in with the other boys, that you went off to the side and went communing with God, and God was the most important thing to you. And then you got kind of, irksome.
Not always. But a lot. And
And your mother would always look at you and say, "Are you the one? Is it you?" And you'd say, "Oh, she's pressuring me, sort of. Am I? Give me a sign." And then it was with John the
I was
Baptist.
just going to say that a lot of it was propelled and promoted by my mother. Yes. Sometimes I just wanted to go out and play and be like the other boys. It's much easier to play into the common dream or the common definition of everything. But remember that it's just a little tweak to not be in the dream any longer. Yes. Okay. You're welcome. Okay.
If I may. Because you loved your father so much and you saw the pain in him, is that how you became so compassionate to other people? Is it through seeing other people hurt?
When you refer to my father, you are meaning
Joseph?
no.
How do you have compassion for other people if it's not through seeing pain?
It is from your connection with the Father, God. It is your nature to feel compassion. It is your nature to see pain as a call for love. And it is your nature to respond to a call for love with love. My incarnating did not blind me to my connection with the Father to the degree that, let us say, yours has. And so I felt my purpose with less distraction. And I would caution you to remember that those who don't seem to be suffering pain are in as much need of love as those who are. Sometimes those who seem to have it good are neglected.
I can relate to that because I have a tendency when I think, you're all right, and I kind of put you on the shelf because I know like you're taken care of and you're okay. Thank you.
Instead of seeing love as a gift that you dish out, you need to begin to embrace it as a way of being with your world. As long as love is something that you parcel out, you can't see that it's the very substance and essence of you. And if you're not feeling yourself as the presence of love, and if you don't know that that is your function or purpose for being, then you really haven't taken the first step back home. And that's why all, quote, spiritual messages convey to mankind to love one another. Just remember that the obviously needy are no more needy than those who are not obviously needy. You know, if I ask you in your life, what do you need? What are you in need of? If I ask any of you, you are likely to say, you are likely to tell me of the things you don't have. But you don't realize that you need all the things you already have as well. If they were taken away from you, they would be added to your list. So be aware of your neediness. Not in the sense of being poverty-stricken, but in the sense that absolutely everything is some essential aspect of your being, is some essential part of the wholeness of you. And don't forget that, or to that degree you will be neglecting yourself. You see?
I hear that. That's really good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Hands. Right behind you, yeah?
I want to ask about listening to guidance, specifically myself, my experiences of it. I don't feel like I hear words in my mind. I feel things. And I don't know if
Paul
I've ever...
does too. I am communicating meanings that have feeling to them, and they spontaneously elicit words. But I am not saying words to Paul. I do know how to elicit words from Paul by using certain meanings.
Is that what I'm feeling?
That is what you are feeling.
Sometimes when I'm talking, I don't know where those words came from. Is that...
In
It isn't like I thought of
most
those words.
instances, you are hearing in those cases.
And that's accompanied by a certain feeling in my body. I feel different when that
Yes.
happens. So I can trust that.
You can.
And I don't meditate very often. And when I do, I enjoy it. I guess I'm wondering, should I do it more often?
It would be helpful to do it more often, yes.
But not necessary.
I am not going to go that far to say that it's not necessary. It is necessary to take time specifically to become still. Else you cannot remember what it is like not to think.
So the little blank times driving doesn't count?
That's correct.
I think that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hands. In the back.
I'm wondering in what way I'm not accepting or allowing the healing for which I asked for so long.
Disbelief. Let us say, the difficulty of believing that it could really happen. But you know what? Your healing doesn't depend upon your belief or your disbelief. And I really do want to encourage you to remember this dream you spoke of. And when you are in touch with the feeling associated with the dream, I want you to say, I want you to say the words, I'm willing to receive my healing, and let it go. This is not to become a project, it's not to become work, it's not to be said with firmness or in order to make it more powerful. But while you are in the remembrance of the love that you felt, I want you to simply acknowledge that you're willing to receive the healing.
I sense that possibly I have been trying to be responsible for the healing. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes. You have to let the healing occur. You can't make it occur. The only thing any of you can seem to do is to create the situation you need healing from. When you abandon efforting and you abandon attempts to control healing into your experience, and you are willing to stand in receipt of a gift of healing, especially when you have a way to connect with the feeling of love that you do, then you're less in the way and you are less actively creating the energy from which you need healing. And the Father can facilitate the gifts registering with you. The gift apostrophe S, registering with you. And also, you're not too old to be healed.
No, I really, I'm not into that. That doesn't bother me. I don't believe that.
I needed to say it anyway.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Hands. Right here. Good afternoon.
A number of well-known channels and psychics have been talking about next year as being a particularly dramatic year.
Traumatic or dramatic?
Well, actually both, for the Earth. And I was wondering if you have any comments on that.
It's news to me.
Thank you.
It's a good way to keep people coming back for more information in order to be prepared. I have said that any changes, earth changes that occur will be evidences of healing and will therefore be greater and greater evidences of harmony. So, do not buy into the crepe hanging that is going on. I encourage you to look at this world with the curiosity to see it for what it really is, which is the kingdom of heaven. Love it. Love it by not projecting upon it your fears. It's just like your body. You don't want to project on it distrust, that it on its own can act at odds with you and not in your best interest. That's not love, that's hate. Your body is the visibility and tangibility of your individuality, and your individuality is the presence of God. I didn't see your ego was. Your individuality is the presence of God. Therefore, great appreciation and honor and respect needs to be expressed by you or embraced by you relative to your body. And the same thing with your world. Because the only way you're going to see your body as it divinely is, and the only way you're going to see the kingdom of heaven that you're currently calling the world as the kingdom of heaven, is when you are looking to see the kingdom of heaven there instead of some prediction coming true. You see?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad you asked. Hands. Right over here.
And that holds true for all the terrorism type of thing that we're hearing about what's possibly going to happen, et cetera, et cetera.
You are going to have to learn to listen when you hear what's on your TV. You're going to have to go within to ask, is this propaganda? Or do I really need to pay attention here? And I don't just mean propaganda from the Mideast. I mean propaganda from Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. cannot afford to have you lose interest.
I felt that same way about the seeming epidemic of breast cancer. It seems like the medical can't have us lose interest, and there just seems to be so many things that seem to want to have our attention all the time.
And money is at the bottom line. Yes. Yes. You must be very wise if you do not want to constantly be feeling threat and fear. Is that clear?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Hands. Right here.
Just to continue, my perception of this same issue is,
A little closer to your mouth.
can you tell me what really is going on with evolution and extinction. That's the way I see the earth changes. To me, all the things going on, the extinction of the species, seems to bother me the most. And the
Well,
idea of
don't be bothered
evolution,
too much, because every single expression of God that has ever existed exists today. Every idea of God is eternal. And extinction is only a perception being experienced by those who have limited their focus of attention to a very narrow part of the kingdom of heaven and decided that what they're looking at is not the kingdom of heaven, but the world in space and time.
so
There is
evolution-
only creation constantly unfolding. There is no such thing as evolution. Nothing is evolving into something else.
that clarity is disrupting me.
Excellent. Now let me tell you this. Dinosaurs, having been determined by your scientists to have been particularly dumb, are the full expression of the Father as well, with nothing withheld. And communication is as full with them as you perceive your and my communication to be. In fact, fuller. This leaf is fully capable of communicating its meaning, its purpose, and the fullness of its existence to you, if you were willing to sit and give it your attention from within. It is not unconscious. So, everything that exists and everything that has ever existed still exists and is fully I'm going to say fully empowered it fully embodies the Father.
Dinosaurs embody the Father fully now.
Yes. The simple fact is that if dinosaurs could become extinct, so could man, and therefore so could you. But you are eternal. And so are they.
You and Buddha and the dinosaurs
Walking together.
walking together now with us.
Exactly.
And we're just blocking a lot more of that than
Right, and I will tell you this, the dinosaurs are awake.
along with
So in a way, they're better company than you. Only in that our communion is complete because they aren't keeping themselves separated off.
That's a great answer.
That's because it's the truth.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And Yes.
So, I spend a lot of my time thinking about how to keep my life simple,
How to keep your life simple?
and to walk lightly. These are troublesome beliefs that I feel need healing. I feel like I think it's appropriate to keep my life simple so I create time, or so I allow time, right, let me rephrase that, so I allow myself the opportunity to be present, so I don't get complicated in my life. When you talk about the ongoing foreverness of everything that has ever existed, I'm just having a hard time wrapping having understanding of that in the sense of why I seem to energize such pain around environmental issues. I want to just get unplugged from that, those beliefs.
Well, let me say this. You want to keep your life simple. What you need to be careful of is that being simple, that you not let being simple mean becoming uninvolved. Keeping your life simple means learning how to listen for what is appropriate for you. Learning to listen for guidance, in other words. Learning how to feel the impulse of love that the Father is being right where you are, so that it can be allowed into expression in terms of involvement. Involvement is not going to be sitting there meditating. It's going to be you involved with your brother or sister, your fellow man, in other words, in a healing capacity, by being the presence of that which promotes their growth, being the presence of that which inspires them to look at themselves a new way. It means helping the ones who are experiencing hardship while remembering to love those who aren't and to be involved with them as well, so that the ones who aren't experiencing problems are not faced with having to cope with loneliness. You see? So, becoming simple within yourself is going to open the door for you to be more fully involved in your world on behalf of your respect for it and your ability to recognize God in it, and therefore the appropriateness of having reverence for it and treating it well. Again, just be careful that you don't let the simplification of your life become the way you are uninvolved, or a means of being uninvolved. I cannot put it any more simply.
Yeah, I have a sense for that. I definitely see how I've done that. And
The reason I say it is because involvement is going to be messy some of the time. And it's going to seem not to be simple. But your involvement in the mess of being present with someone working through their reluctance to conceive of themselves better. That is something you can only do from a place of simplicity within yourself. So you can't say, oh, I must have lost the simplicity of my life if I find myself in the dynamics of someone else's struggle with their enlightenment. Not everyone you witness for is going to agree with what you're witnessing for. When you see potential there that they don't see themselves having, they're likely to balk and resist what you're saying. But you can't afford to abandon them. And so you must discover your capacity for patience, compassion, and willingness to hang in there with them, loving them while they're having this miserable experience called enlightenment. Only perceived to be miserable by them because it's forcing them to embrace something that's beyond their belief of what can be true about them. But still they need someone to inspire them to conceive of the possibility that there is more that is wonderful about them than they're currently willing to believe is true about them. And so that can sometimes seem messy. It can sometimes seem like an unfulfilling activity because it's taking so long for them to get it. And that helps you arrive at a point where you realize this isn't about how long it's taking them to get it. It's about me realizing that time doesn't matter because I have nothing better to do than be the presence of love forever. And then being it by hanging in there, being involved. You see?
And let me see if I understand something. Specifically, I'm thinking that what you're saying seems to be operating from more of the sixth sense, if I may. More intuitive, more in the presence of the moment with the Father, with each brother and sister. As long as I stay in that movement, which is becoming so obvious when I'm there, it's great. And the movement is miraculous, moment into moment. I want to know if there's any value, because I seem to get distracted by the five senses of my environment, of concerns and things, politics or whatever, the myriad of distractions. And I'm just wanting to know, are they truly the distractions? See, I tend to simplify it by saying I need to be the movement of the Father's expression, which is love, which is being present with this person, which is, like you said, being involved, being the willingness to be intimate with this person. And that's where I feel my intention is to be. But I get emotionally pulled by these other things, and I'm just, if you could address that.
It's a call for you to it's a call for you to be even more in your peace. I've used the illustration of the Venetian blinds in a window where there's no glass and there's a breeze. If the slats are open, which is the equivalent of being undefended, the breeze can blow through and only cause a gentle movement of the blinds. But if the slats are closed, which would be the equivalent of defendedness, then the breeze moving through the window will jangle the Venetian blind wildly. Whatever it is that you would determine to be a distraction, you must learn to be less defended against, so that those distractions become part of what you're willing to embrace from the simplicity within you. You see what I'm saying? The call is not to be so sensitive that you can only be present with a tiny, tiny part of the kingdom of heaven that seems to be unlike the kingdom of heaven. Paul has had to learn, especially when it comes to gatherings, not to be offended by, let us say, the activities that occur during breaks where everyone is chatting and not necessarily about the subject matter that has been discussed at the gathering, and eating and socializing, and because he was trying so very carefully to stay on the beam with me, which didn't have anything to do with eating or chatting or socializing or what happened last Tuesday in somebody's life, that he found it difficult to remain in his peace if he didn't leave the room, to be where he could be quiet and not be faced with life. And he had to learn that it was not appropriate for him to define what was going on as incompatible with his being in the simplicity of his being. And that, in fact, these manifestations of life that seem to be totally irrelevant to spiritual matters were nevertheless life happening, and those individuals expressing themselves were the presence of God being, and I helped him to realize that he had to embrace them without defining them as ungodly or being inconsistent with the energy that he was trying to stay in. You see what I'm saying? So, you need to learn not to be so sensitive to the dynamics of life, that the dynamics of life become to you a distraction from being with them from the simplicity of you, as well as the specific place you were wanting to give your attention to from the simplicity of you. You see my point?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I see how, in effect, could use those as justifications to not feel safe in the world also.
Indeed. And as well, that if you want to carry it to an extreme, that all of this distraction is really the dark forces trying to keep you from your divinely appointed task of remaining utterly clear, utterly aware of only the truth. And now you have an extreme polarization within you. And the ego then can carry that even further and say, wow, because you are getting so much distraction, you must really be advanced and you must really have a great work to do, else you wouldn't be getting so much resistance to it, so much distraction. And you see how it all gets crazy. The call is for including the things that you would determine to be distractions from the simplicity of your being. You see?
Yeah, that's very helpful.
Yes, it is.
That's when we were talking about all aspects. That's when you were talking about all aspects, to include all aspects.
Indeed. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we will take one last break. And
Hello.
good afternoon.
Thank you. Nice to be here. I have actually a question. It's more of a novelty question, so I may or may not get an answer. But all my life I have expected to be married.
Pardon?
I've expected to be married. And although I've met nothing but nice guys, it just never felt right. And I've been accused of being too particular, and I'll go with that, but still the feeling was never right. So I guess my question is there ever going to be that right feeling?
Yes,
I'm okay if it's no.
I understand. But the answer is not no.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And? Yes, right here.
This is kind of back to what we were talking about before the break. I'm wondering if you can help me. I think I'm staying in my head a little too much and having a hard time really feeling fully what you're describing. And my question comes up specifically in the realm of politics right now that just feels so. There apparently is a lot of extremes between light and darkness. And I'm trying to find out for myself at what level, obviously in each moment, but also in general for me, at what level is it appropriate for me to interact and be involved? Like, is it valuable for me to watch the news, or is it just a big load of hooey? I mean, I think I would like to somewhat know what's going on in the world, but I don't really trust our information sources at all, and I don't know if they just clog my brain, and I would like to be involved in making a choice from my heart about what I feel aligned with, supposedly in this country, we're supposed to vote, we're supposed to have a say in what's happening, so I don't want to drop out. And yet, it's like, how do I support our president and bless our president, but I don't at all support the choices, many of the choices that his regime's making, and I just don't know what to do. I don't know how to be with that. I don't know whether to, do I need to be more specific?
No, you do not.
Okay.
First of all, I don't encourage you to become ignorant of what's happening in your world. I encourage you not to watch the news excessively. Once a day, we'll give you a recap. It is especially well to listen to the news late in the evening, because as you've noticed, there's very little breaking news when the audience gets smaller. And because there isn't breaking news, the day's news is expressed with less passion. So keep abreast of the news and use the best news source you have available, meaning the news sources that are the least sensational.
Is that something like public radio, NPR, that kind of thing?
That is excellent.
Okay.
Now, each one of you must listen, must pay attention within yourselves to find where you are to be active. Right now, your attention needs to be on your immediate learning processes, your plans, your schooling, etc. You must pay attention to where to put your energy, and you are not to assume that your energy is to go into the political arena just because politics is in the forefront of your news. You see what I mean? Paul is not getting involved in politics, but he's very involved in what we're doing. That is not his place, politics. So, I'm going to put it this way. You will know where to express yourself when you find your voice. And you will find your voice as you learn to become clear with yourself. This is true for every single one of you. For some of you, finding your voice at this time may mean being the best darn parent you could be. For others, it may involve political involvement. So you must learn to entrust yourself, entrust yourselves to where you feel the movement in you. And I promise you that you will feel the movement where your voice is. How do you support your president when you can't support his choices? Well, you pray for your president. And you don't support his poor choices. You lend him your maximal support for the position he must hold and express in the world. And you can do that while disagreeing with decisions he makes or directions he chooses to lead the country in. You can disagree with him without belittling him. And that's extremely important. No one deserves hate. No one deserves to be poorly thought of, because thoughts are not private. Disagreeing with someone does not mean you think poorly of him. It means you cannot concur with him. That's all. And that's the clarity that's needed.
So is it true for me right now that my job within all of this and the scary things that I see out in the world or perceive, my job is just to simply work on that balance that you're describing within me and what's happening within me and my upcoming things that I'm taking on, and that I can let go of any thoughts of needing to be more physically involved in what's happening.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm not sure if I have this well-formed question. Some while ago I asked you about getting in a relationship again, and you said that I needed to forgive the last person that I was with, that I was blaming for my discomfort and damage and all that. That was very true. I'm not sure how far along I've come in that.
About 75% of the way.
Okay.
So you're not finished.
And that would probably be why I don't, at this point in time, feel a desire to get into a relationship.
Yes, and you can thank your lucky stars that the opportunity has not arisen, because this last 25% is the ugly part.
Oh, great.
And it's the part you do not want to carry into a new relationship with you.
Okay. But that makes perfect sense.
You've processed the easiest stuff, which is excellent.
Mm.
You know what? You've got to find your fulfillment. You've got to find your joy. You've got to find your peace to be far more important to you than justice. And until you do, you'll harbor resentment until justice can be gotten. But I promise you, you will never get justice, because lovelessness begets pain. Going for justice will not get you your peace, or your joy, or your fulfillment. And it will not allow your heart to be open and receptive to a new relationship that might be totally enjoyable. So, what do you want? Be real with yourself. Be real enough to say, well, at the moment, I want justice more than anything else. And I know that as long as I'm going to go for justice, I'm going to be miserable, but I'm choosing to do it anyway. Be honest with yourself.
I've certainly felt that way.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So, the less you gloss it over, and the more real you are in your assessment of where you are, the more quickly you will recognize that it isn't where you want to be, and you'll say, forget it. I forgive the situation because Not forgiving it is making me miserable. I forgive it so that I can be in my peace and so that I can move on. So now you have yourself to say no to. Or your ego anyway.
Yeah. It is going to be an interesting month. Or two.
Indeed. A wonderfully interesting month or two.
I'm really not dreading it.
I know. Okay, hands. In the back.
I have just a little curiosity about when I listen and I'm hearing guidance. A lot, and I'm not sure how long this has been going on for, but it seems like I hear real directly, and I'm not questioning that so much anymore. But it feels like I'm hearing from you a lot more often than my own guide lately. Is that correct, or am I imagining?
That is correct. Your guide is not possessive.
No, I didn't think so, but I wondered about that. Is there?
Anyway, we dance a dance with you,
Uh-huh. So,
like a do-si-do.
so, and I don't believe that I hear anyone else, but is that correct?
That is
Well-
correct. You do not.
Because for a while that seemed to be otherwise. Is there any need for me to be open to others?
Well, don't be closed, but say thank you and be satisfied with the two who are working with you.
Oh, I am.
Indeed.
And there's not any particular reason for why it's happening the way it is.
No, it just fulfills purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And if someone else speaks with you, it will be because that fulfills purpose at that time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
In the chapter of Matthew in the Bible, it says that you said, you shall not take any thought for what you eat, what you put on, what you drink. For many, many years, I've been concerned with not where I've gone out and on a big campaign, just for our own personal use of the earth being depleted and lots of chemicals used, and felt that a lot of the vegetables and fruits that we receive don't have much value, food value, and therefore I would take food supplements and that sort of thing. I don't revolve my life around this. I just do it. But also, the other thing that I've heard you say on a tape was that you're an advocate of vegetarianism. And so I'm kind of like, don't take any thought, however, not eat meat, I'm
not an advocate of vegetarianism. The point is that your body, for lack of better words, is designed to digest vegetables. I have indicated that you need not worry if you are eating fish or poultry. But your body is not geared toward the digestion of meat. So my point has been to do what works well, not to promote a particular form of diet. there really is a need for those who are not in charge. I mean by that, the regular citizenry of your country and indeed of other countries as well, to begin to lift its voice and make its requirement heard that foodstuffs need to be fooling around and altering their structure needs to stop. And that, for lack of better words, any alteration that occurs should be within the structures of nature rather than science. A need for the valuing of wholesomeness in human relationships, in family relationships, in relationship to the food you are eating. These need to take precedence over technology and striving for utterly new things that cause nature to be overridden and ignored. Because I will tell you that nature will not be overridden, and if awakening didn't occur before nature spoke up, there would be, well, the best way I can put it is that arrogant mankind would be put in its place, and humility would once again emerge, and honor and respect for the earth, honor and respect for each other, would once again take precedence. So don't be afraid to lift your voice. Don't be afraid to let your market know that you do not want certain kinds of foods. You do not want irradiated foods. You do not want altered foods, etc. Because money's the bottom line. And if you say you're not going to spend your money here, then, but you are going to spend it there, that's where the effort will be put. But let the motive for what you say be one of honoring nature. That's all I will say about it for now.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Yes.
I am curious about the flickering of white light that I see at the periphery of my vision at night. It's been occurring for approximately a month. Scintillating cascade of flickering white lights to either side of my head.
It is an experience of illumination, and I would encourage you to abide with it when it is happening. Just be present with it. Be still. Pay attention to what you are feeling. There is accompanying meaning. And in the quietness of being attentive, I want you to be open to the conveyance of the meaning that is being extended to you. It is not a fluke, I will tell you that.
Thank you.
You are welcome. it is time to call it a day, but we will continue tomorrow. I think it's obvious to everyone that the size of the group has nothing to do with the content of the gathering. It has been a beautiful day, and you have brought much to the meaning of the gathering. And I look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Well, good afternoon. I know that for some of those who were here yesterday, after having had time to go home and reflect on what was said, there is some unfinished business, new questions that came up, and so before moving on to new territory today, anyone who would like to follow through on something still hanging from yesterday, please raise your hand.
This has to do with the answer you gave me. Pardon me? Is it not on? Is it okay?
Yes.
It had to do with the question I asked you yesterday about a relationship, and you said I was 75% of the way through. The last 25% was the unpleasant part, or the hardest part. And I'm trying to figure out how to ask this. Do I have the right idea about what that 25% might be?
Yes, you do.
Was it what I told Anne last night?
Indeed.
That's not that unpleasant. It's different.
Then let it go.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hands. Yes.
Well, thanks for this opportunity to retouch what was said. For me, I don't want to make the mistake of overanalyzing or getting my attention where it doesn't belong, as far as your message was concerned to me yesterday, interpretation, analyzing. And yet, I have to admit, honestly, that part of me was upset about it. I think mainly because I don't understand, and maybe I'm not meant to understand, quote unquote, the message, but you can tell me that now if it would be better for me to just let it be, or would it be...
Spit the question out.
Well, I guess it has to do with the whole idea of being stupid on Kauai and what it really means in terms of the timing. I think that's where I'm caught, and feeling like I wasted 15 years being stupid, or was there just a portion of it?
I did not say you were stupid.
And I know you told me to be careful with that word, but it caught me, it got me.
I'm glad it got your attention.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I also pointed out that whenever a shift occurs, whenever there is an influx of greater clarity, it automatically makes the place you were before appear to be a little more stupid, a place of greater ignorance. But I said, don't get hung up on that. Now, you can understand this. It just depends upon the way you're looking at it. Because you wrote a poem. Thank God I'm not who I thought I was. In order to be able to say, thank God I'm not who I thought I was, it means there had to have been an influx of inspiration that let you know more clearly who you really are. And the clarity then can either cause one of two things to happen. Either you can get hung up on how much less intelligent you were or how much less enlightened you were, or it can be a cause for rejoicing. Wow, thank God I'm not who I thought I was. Thank God I'm not as ignorant as I was. Thank God I am experiencing myself in a way that opens up whole new vistas of experience to me that I never would have embraced before when I didn't see myself or experience myself the way I am now. You see?
Yes, I do.
Now, the only thing that was stupid was a degree of comfort you came to feel in a situation where, as I said, your innate dignity was not being reflected back to you by your experience. To feel comfortable when less than the best, that is due you, is being experienced, is to be caught in a stupor that it's not your birthright to be stuck in. Now, you were not in this stupor the whole time you were on Kauai. It was only toward the end that you became comfortable with no more growth occurring. But even so, I will be very specific with you. It was only the last 17 or 18 months of your time there, and almost all of that time, you and I were in communication, and I was gently prying you loose. Now, again, do not take that. I am giving you practice at not taking it wrong. I am giving you opportunities to take it wrong, to give you practice at not taking it wrong. There is an inertia present when one is in a stupor. I did not say, you are in a stupor, get out of it. I gently pointed you in the right direction, and I gently encouraged you to take one step at a time. And if you will remember, there was a point at which I said you had 1 foot on the mainland and 1 foot on Kauai, and that there was perfect balance. You see? And I didn't say, get your other foot off Kauai. I did not even tell you that you were ultimately going to take your other foot off Kauai and move it to the mainland. And this is the way guidance works. It is gentle. It works with you in the way that elicits the least resistance and allows for maximum movement, even if the movement is slow. So, it was not that you were in a stupor for a long period of time. And while you were in it, the energies were already gathering to lift you out of it, to move you out of it in the gentlest and the most loving way. So, you have absolutely no reason to sit in self-judgment. The simple fact is that all of you, at this moment, not experiencing being fully awake, not experiencing being fully enlightened, are in a stupid rest. Now, I've shared before that it's as though you're asleep on a grassy knoll in the middle of the kingdom of heaven. So your stupid rest is happening at home. Your stupid rest has not lifted you out of the kingdom of heaven and put you in another spot. And now you're going to have to work to find your way back home to this other place called the kingdom of heaven. You're dreaming a dream. You're preoccupied with the way you are choosing to look at everything. And I've likened that to a daydream, where you're right in the middle of reality, but you're preoccupied with a fantasy in your mind, so that what's really going on isn't registering in its totality with you. Now, that digression, you might say, that distraction from reality, where you are not capable of being responsive to reality, is a bit of a stupor. And when I use the word stupid, I want you to relate it to the word stupor. It is a state of mind in which you're not available to respond to what's really going on, because what's really going on isn't registering with you. You are having a preference to have an imaginary experience. But the point is, you're having this dream in the middle of the kingdom of heaven. And instead of having to find some way to get from a place called a dream state, or the world, with all the bad connotations of that word, to someplace else, another dimension, another place called the kingdom of heaven. I'm sorry, this is me, Paul, I lost it. He's telling me it's all right. As long as you're having this preoccupation, it becomes difficult to remember that all that's required is a shift of attention, not a shift of location. Just a snapping back to what's really going on around you. That's why I say, be curious. Be curious right here about the leaves. Be curious about each other. Because what this is not what you think it is. It's more. It's not an illusion. What you're experiencing is a partial awareness of it. This is why you don't need to be afraid of waking up, and I realize I'm jumping around some. You don't need to be afraid of waking up, because you're not going to lose anything in the process. You're going to have everything you already had with the fuller experience of what it truly is, and no longer will there be an experience of it being or having the characteristics of sin, disease, and death. The leaves won't be able to die. The dinosaurs that you think died, you'll find are still there in their real meaning. My son yesterday jokingly said that he realized that his guide was a dinosaur. The only thing that's difficult to understand what it means when it's grunting and making the noises it makes as it talks to him. Creation is intact and never has become less than intact. But in your choice to look at it with a bias you have personally given it, has caused you to experience it as less than it is. And so waking up is going to return all of creation to you as your conscious experience of it. And it will be more than what you have experienced. So you don't need to be afraid, and I'm saying this for someone who's not here today, who asked yesterday. You do not need to be afraid that waking up is going to be such a radical, conscious experience of being that everything meaningful to you is going to be taken away from you to be replaced by something spiritually meaningful. You understand what I'm saying? You're not seeing nothing right now, but you are seeing everything incompletely. So, the other thing to remember is that no matter how stupid your rest is that you might be in, your stupid rest is at your leading edge. You are experiencing it at that point where you are the furthest forward in your return home that you can dare to be. And the fact that when you take the next step, it reveals that where you were standing was less complete than where you're standing now. Should just be a casual observance. Because what's important is that in having dared to embrace more, and in having the experience of the more, the only appropriate response is rejoicing. The fact is, though, that in taking that step, you still haven't released the ego completely, and the ego will try to use the awareness to put you down and get you involved in defense again. And I've used this example before. It's like someone living in a dim room, a very, very dim room, in which they are comfortable, in which they can function well, we'll say. They don't bump into things, they don't stub their toe particularly, but then they find that there's a light switch, a dimmer type light switch, and they raise the light and they look and they say, "My God, will you look at the dust? I didn't even see it in the dim light. I've been living like a slob." And they can miss the point entirely that they're standing in the light that allows them to see what to clean up so that it can be more beautiful. You see?
What I've experienced here that's been disturbing for me in the shift, once I got here, it didn't seem to be...
To the mainland.
Yeah, it didn't seem to equate a move of grace and ease and enjoyment the way it could if I weren't looking at the dust. Maybe that's what you're saying.
That's a good way of putting it, yes. You actually did it more gracefully than you are interpreting it at the moment. And these are not the right words, but we are proud of you. We are happy with you.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Letting go of an old, comfy pair of shoes is often experienced as a loss. But you get over it.
Especially when they were hypnotic.
Indeed. Your use of them is what made them hypnotic. Beauty, harmony, gentle trade winds. There's nothing wrong with them. But you can't hypnotize yourself with them. You can hypnotize yourself with them. You can turn them into something more than they are, or actually less than they are, and become distracted by them.
Which is a common ailment there, isn't it? I mean, I'm not alone in that.
No, you are not. That is correct. And there are people who live in less lovely places that leave those places and are homesick for them.
I remember you saying,
The microphone.
I just remember you saying that you could have a crystal around your neck or a potato, that they're the same. It's just what emphasis that we place on them to make a distinction.
Exactly. And as I pointed out yesterday, there are people who live in abusive situations, which they have grown accustomed to and comfortable with, who remain there. And that is another fascination with comfort, you see, rather than facing the disturbance of breaking a habit, you see.
I do. I think that I happen to be wondering how it can work for some people, and they get to stay there. And if I had been in a different frame of mind.
Some people who are there are not in a stupor, and they're not fooled by it.
Yeah.
And others are pried loose more slowly.
So if I had been in a different frame of mind and had not let it happen to me in such a way as I did, I know I'm going to stretch this here a little bit.
Do you want me to throw this glass of water in your face?
It's a lot harder to swim in the ocean here. I think that's really the hardest part.
Let go,
yeah.
let go, let go.
Sure.
Kauai, let go of the you that lived in Kauai. You are new. You are more present as you. And my discussion with you yesterday pointed you not backwards, but to the willingness to be ready to receive the experience of your environment and world that more fully reflected to you your inherent dignity and wholeness. Now, only your ego is going to respond to the kind of question you just asked. I am not going to respond to anything about you back there, back then. And you, if you insist on playing this game that your ego is inviting you to get involved in, will simply still be engaged in a daydream when you're right in the place where the fuller experience of your dignity is presenting itself to you for you to acknowledge and embrace. is sort of funny because in the 50s, the Chrysler Corporation had a model of their Plymouth car that when you look at it now looks atrocious. And that year, the phrase was, the forward look. But I am suggesting that you give your attention to the present with a forward look. You know, you couldn't, and none of you can see what you cannot see. So back there, you could not see what you could not see, and you did not see what you couldn't see. That's just the way it is. But hey, if you are consciously engaged in opening up to the more of reality that's in front of you, and more of it reveals itself to you because you're less defended against it, embrace it. And don't be surprised that now you can see better, and because you can see better, you can see more dust. When you couldn't see the dust, you didn't know it was there to clean up. And you were not, quote, living like a slob, unquote. Now that the light's turned up and you can see the dust, if you leave it there and you let yourself be satisfied with the dirt and the mess, then you'll be living like a slob. You see what I mean? It wasn't that you were really more stupid because you didn't know you were ignorant. And so you weren't consciously being stupid. So once clarity comes and you can see that you were ignorant, there is no call for judgment to be brought into play. You just notice it. It's like a child growing up. And as he gets taller and taller and he reaches higher and higher, his hand gets closer and closer to the top of the door jamb, and pretty soon he starts jumping to try to reach for it. And he can't reach for it. Why? He's too short. But as he gets taller, the day will come when he jumps and he touches it and he delights. I did it, I did it. How come he can do it? Only because he's taller. And the fact that he can do it proves that he couldn't do it before because he was shorter. He wasn't worse before, he just couldn't do it before. You see? Now, in many ways, everybody can listen to what you're saying and see what you're doing.
Well, I'm sure.
But they can't look at themselves and see what they're doing in the specific terms of their lives. And they do it. The discussion is allowing them, however, to recognize places in which they have held on to the past that they've actually become free of, and use their greater clarity to prove their unworthiness. Do you see what I'm saying? Does everyone else see what I'm saying? That's not the purpose of waking up. To have proof that you're not worthy of waking up. So, just stop doing it. Stop using clarity as the justification for continuing to demean yourselves. Don't go back over and over and over the past and rehearse it and find out just how stupid you were. Because although you were in a state of stupid rest, you didn't know how to get out. You didn't know how to be better. And the only reason you can stand in judgment of yourself now is because now you have more clarity. But the clarity is not there so that you can put yourself down because of what you were, but so that you can be on a new basis in the now, and in being on a new basis, find your world apparently reconfiguring to identify the you now find yourself to be, with more dignity coming back, reflected back to you. Not even an invitation from your world to believe about yourself what you used to believe about yourself. If the ego now can take what I just said and can say, okay, don't be so happy with your new clarity because you're still not awake. So therefore, you are obviously at a new level of stupidity.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. You tell me 10 years from now that this was just another descent. I hope 10 years from now we're not talking this way.
But it's like the ego saying, okay, you're on a trip to New York. Big deal. You went 300 miles yesterday, but you're still not there. You're still not there. Big deal. Don't get too happy with yourself. You're not there. You see? But you're 300 miles closer. And you stay with your intent. And you arrive in New York. Just don't be surprised at the way the ego works. Recognize the way it works so you can disregard it. All I want you to do is say, yeah, you're right. Big deal. You're right, I'm not there. I'm going to find a motel to stay in, and tomorrow I'm not even going to get in the car and turn on the ignition. You know, it's not worth it. I do this and I do this and I do this, and I'm still not there. So you stop and you find a motel, and you move in and you stay for a few months. That's called stupid rest. It's a period of time in which uselessness is being manifested. So you keep on keeping on. You keep the vision. You continue to be curious. Keep your sight on the horizon and keep moving. And you say, thank God I went 300 miles today. The view is not the same as it was yesterday. It may not be the ultimate, but it's not where I was yesterday. Thank God I'm not where I was yesterday. can use intelligence to reason with, and you can take what the ego says. You know, you're not there yet. Big deal, you know, you're not awake. And you can say yes, but the degree of ignorance I'm feeling and experiencing now is not as great as it was yesterday. And I know that. And therefore I have confidence that if I persist, at the end of the day tomorrow, I will look back at today and I will say, I'm not there yet, but I'm not where I was yesterday, and therefore it's worth it to me to persist. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. In the poem that you dictated to Mrs. Eddy, you talk about breaking Earth's stupid rest. I've always wondered exactly what that meant until yesterday you mentioned the stupid rest. And does that mean the awakening of all creation by using the word Earth?
Absolutely. As each one of you goes your 1 millimeter or 300 miles, and you have let in more, you have become less defended against the kingdom of heaven and are seeing things more clearly. It's like the leaven that leavens the whole lump. It lessens the density of the, quote, world belief, of the mutual agreement that the world seems to have as to what everything means. And so, every millimeter that you take is that much less that everyone has to take.
Oh, I see. Okay. So it isn't just each individual. We just help each other as we grow.
Absolutely. The problem is, the difficulties with the kingdom of heaven that everyone's experiencing, they are experiencing because of a mutual agreement to see it some other way than the way the Father is being it. And so when one of you abandons your commitment to this mutual agreement, the mutual agreement is weakened. Of course, the ego doesn't tell you that. It just says, look at all the dirt. You've been living like a slob. Don't be happy. And yet, you can see the dirt because there's more light. And because there's more light in which that you can misuse, nevertheless, the world has been blessed because there is more light. Even if you refuse to see it for what it is and use it to berate yourself for the way you were, instead of saying, thank God I'm not who I thought I was.
So we really have a responsibility to see ourselves as God sees us.
Oh, I'm not too fond of promoting in the experience of enlightenment as a noble thing for you to do for your brothers.
Well, I wasn't thinking of it so noble as a duty. I think when you talk...
You said responsibility.
I'm sorry. What I was thinking of was when you were talking about witnessing one time, and that's our duty, or that's what we should be doing, is witnessing and seeing our fellow man as God sees him, or
Yep.
and that's what I thought. That's what I was referring to, actually.
I understand. Just a moment. Okay. You were saying...
Yes. the witnessing for others. When you talked about this before, thou shalt not bear false witness, that's what it was. In other words, we need to see what's true about each other and not what's false about each other. I think that's what I really meant.
The key thing to be aware of is that to whatever degree you become less defended against experiencing reality, and to whatever degree reality is clearer to you, everyone is blessed. In other words, your awakening is never a private affair. And therefore, every little bit of increasing clarity you experience is shared. But the point is, it's shared automatically, not shared because that's your intent. It is not a shared experience because that's what you want for everyone. It's just the way it works. When you withdraw some of your commitment to the mutual agreement to see things as they are not, that mutual agreement lessens, and those still involved in the mutual agreement cannot willfully keep the light turned down. This is good news. It's good news to just be aware of.
Yes. Thank you.
You are welcome.
I have one other really quick thing. A couple of years ago, when my son was right in the middle of his drug problems, I was coming over the mountains, really quite sad, and the skies were the most unbelievable I'd ever seen. So much so I had to pull over. At first I was exclaiming to myself how incredibly beautiful it was. I pulled over to the side of the road and just sat there and took it in, and then I eventually went on. As I went on, I thought, gee, it's odd that everybody wasn't pulled over to the side of the road. And the next day I was telling this friend of mine, and he said, Jackie, that was for you. And I wondered, does this happen? I mean, it was the most unbelievable thing I'd ever seen.
Let's put it this way. It wasn't a special favor for you, but it was a moment in which you spontaneously became defenseless.
Oh.
And so more of reality registered with you.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Any further unfinished business relative to yesterday? Right here.
Stupid rest, stupid comfort. We're not awake. We need to keep moving. What I'm hearing is there's no rest for the wicked. Can we find intelligent rest, intelligent comfort this side of awakening?
The ever increasingly clear experience of reality is accompanied by rest and peace and the absence or the increasing absence of conflict. Rest comes when you stop working so hard. Rest comes when you stop being willful. Rest is inevitable when you stop saying, Father, I'd rather see it my way. The closer you get to New York, the fewer miles you have to drive. The closer to your destination that you come, the more buoyant you are. The closer you are to your destination, the more you're filled with expectation.
The more consistently I keep my eye on the beam, I keep focusing on where I'm going, the less that I'm struggling with fatigue from driving.
Exactly. It's not the movement that is hard. It's the definitions and meanings you give to the movement or the process that makes it effortful.
Thank you.
At the last gathering, I used the illustration of the funnel, a very large funnel in which there a BB or a ball has been released, like the one in a roulette wheel. The more you, the less you effort, well, let's put it this way. The more you effort, the more spin you give to the ball. And the higher up in the funnel it stays. Now you might become quite comfortable circling around at the same place on the funnel. And that would be called stupid rest. But when you abandon the willfulness, when you say, thy will be done, when you ask, what is your will? And you listen and you hear and you follow, then you have abandoned the willfulness, and what happens? The ball loses momentum. And through no effort whatsoever, in fact, in the absence of all effort, it spins more and more slowly until it finally falls completely out of the funnel. So yes, there's rest. Not all rest is stupid rest. Intelligent rest is not expressing human will.
The example created images, and then I passed judgment on it in terms of personal experiences in life. But in meditating, I work past the busyness of my mind, thinking that that's a lot of trouble, until I realize how hard it is to stay awake. And falling asleep becomes the problem. And I'm seeing now that there is, the only way out is to politely, consistently pay attention.
Indeed. Consciousness is the state of attentiveness.
Not work, not rest.
Mind rests in action. But what does mind do? It observes. In other words, it pays attention. That's
Acknowledges what's
effortless.
real.
Pardon?
Acknowledges what's real.
Indeed.
One of the handiest tips you've ever given me.
You are quite welcome. Okay. Any more? Yes.
In your answer to my question yesterday, you mentioned, I think, that whatever earth changes might be coming would be for the best. And
That they would be healing.
healing.
Yes.
I was wondering if you could elaborate on that and how, if at all, that would affect the Puget Sound area?
No. My point, and the only thing you really need to give your attention to, is that any earth changes that happen will evidence greater harmony. And it won't be harmony arrived at through conflict or disaster.
I guess I'm not understanding what you meant by earth changes then.
Well, let's put it this way. I mean, natural functions of the earth, we'll put it that way, natural functions of the earth will happen more harmoniously if there are necessary adjustments of the plates. They will happen in a manner that will not be disruptive and dangerous to life. They will be gentler. The holes in the ozone will begin to fill in. The natural harmony of what the earth really is will begin to spontaneously be evidenced.
Okay, thank you.
It is extremely important for you not to be afraid of the earth, as I mentioned yesterday, just as it is extremely important for you not to be afraid of your body. Because when you become fearful, you become defensive. And what you become defended against, how can I put it? When you become defended against something, your perception of it becomes distorted. It does not become distorted, but your perception of it becomes distorted. And so if you do not want to experience distortion, you must abandon fear. And in abandoning fear, you will become less defensive and in the abandonment of your defense, your perception will become less distorted. And so what you see will be similar to what this lady was just talking about, where it was so beautiful she wondered why everyone hadn't pulled over to notice it.
Okay, thank you.
Your fears, all of your fears, cast a shadow ahead of you. Now, just because something is in the shadow doesn't mean there's something wrong with it. It just means you can't see it as clearly, and you can't appreciate it as fully. And it becomes much easier to engage in false imaginations about what is there in the shadows, you see? When nothing is there in the shadows except the glory of God, waiting for you to become undefended against it so that it can register with you. Now, no matter how many people believe in Armageddon, they cannot make it happen. And no matter how many people imagine that there will be great earth changes that will be catastrophic, they can't make it happen. So don't waste your time trying to find a clear channel who can tell you exactly the nature of the catastrophes that are going to happen so that you can be prepared and suffer the least amount of distress. Instead, take a look at your world with curiosity to see the more of God that is there than you are currently seeing because you're so defended against seeing it. That's love. And love transforms. Not a world out there that needs to be transformed, because the world out there is the kingdom of heaven seen through a glass darkly. It's getting rid of the glass that you're seeing through darkly. And you get rid of the glass by looking for something, by looking for the truth. And I'm telling you, and I'm not the only one saying it, I'm telling you that the truth is that the only thing that's available for you to experience is reality, is the kingdom of heaven. It is what's in your face. And to be curious to see it is to begin to practice love. Because you're not insisting upon your current definition of it. And you're willing to yield up your current definition of it by virtue of engaging in curiosity. To see what there is about this leaf that is unchangeable and eternal. And yet, to be unchangeable does not mean to become freeze-dried, dead. Living means alive. It means not static. So that which is eternal is not static. You see? Go ahead and say it.
I'll think about that. Obviously, I don't quite see it, or I see it.
But you see the point, the value of not looking for the clearest expression of what future tragedies are going to be, so that you can be well defended against this earth that can act at odds with your best interest. And
Yes.
instead, be consciously embracing it for what at least you've been told it truly is. And dare to look at it with the premise that what is there for you to see is the presence of God. And explore whatever experience follows that, rather than exploring the best ways to be prepared for catastrophe. Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
That's the point. That's the point I'm trying to get at.
Okay. Thank you.
Or that's the point I'm trying to convey to you, and you have gotten it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Yesterday I spoke with you about intuiting and watching the change occur of vocation, moving away from carpentry and coming into a place of being curious about what the kingdom has for me next.
What is God going to look like right there next? How is God's fulfillment of purpose? What is it going to look like? Right there, where you are. Continue.
The one thing that I'm wanting clarity with is the last year I've been going through a physical injury, and which has mostly kept me from being able to do much carpentry. I don't want to twist I don't even want to really allow the ego perception and understanding of that. It's hard for me to explain, but I want to know the divine perspective of what's been really occurring there, because as it stands right now, I can easily go into it and go, well, I suffered this injury to bring me into a place of defenselessness in order that I could actually start to step out of this program, this career, and along with that, there's an unsettled feeling of guilt and other things that I'm very leery of right now, and I just...
You and Monique need to be sitting on the same couch.
That's really true.
Thinking. What does this mean? What does this mean? What does it mean about me? Maybe it doesn't mean anything about anything other than that you need to pay attention to the need. And relative to the injury, the need is healing. Maybe it has nothing to do with anything except your joyfully giving your attention to allowing regeneration and healing to occur, and not letting anything else be a significant distraction from that. Maybe it's about learning to be at peace with and participate in healing. Because as the L'Oreal advertisement says, you're worth it. not having to be distracted from, allowing and participating in the healing. Healing that would allow you to resume carpentry, but which you're still going to leave anyway, meaning the profession of carpentry. Maybe it doesn't mean anything except be present in the now, with the need, and flowing with and participating in the healing itself.
That's why I never asked this question before, because I felt like the need to understand was another defense.
Exactly.
And it feels like it's another one of the circumstances that is bringing me into deeper trust and faith in my life. And I'm just wanting to make sure if there's anything that I'm missing on this, because I'm wanting to let go of it. You know, I don't want to carry it along because I think I need to have something to remind me, a physical ailment to learn from. Just wanting to get it and go and continue on.
You were talking yesterday about becoming simpler, becoming simple in your life. Part of what will help you become simpler in your life is to stop trying to figure out every little thing about every little thing and all the possibilities that every little thing might have, or meanings that it might have relative to every other little thing and its special meaning, and playing life like a gigantic chess game where you must play the game well by knowing every possible move for the next 5,000 years before you'll relax and just play the game or participate in the game. It's actually the attempt to have control. The need is simple. There was an injury, there needs to be healing. What promotes healing? Love. The willingness to recognize that which is real, right there where the injury seems to be. That which is divinely real, that which is the presence of God, where your perception is telling you something else is going on. It's loving the place where the injury occurred so that the presence of God might become less and less obscured there. Knowing that it can become less and less obscured because where the injury occurred, there is no matter. It's all spirit. It's all the substance of spirit with a capital S. And therefore, because it is that aspect of God, I will say, that you call spirit, which is the substance of the visibility and tangibility of creation, you can afford to bless it with your acknowledgement of what it truly is. and be willing to let it reveal to you what is really going on there. It has no deeper or more complicated meaning than that. That's the simplicity of it.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Okay. The floor is open to current questions, current concerns, current curiosities. Yes.
Love you, Raj. I'm so
I
grateful.
make you laugh.
Yes. I have been experiencing probably for the last year or two or three an increasing sense of joy and well-being and extreme gratitude for my life, what it has been, what it is now, and what I expect it to continue to be. But for the last 3 or 4 days, I have been really out of my peace and experiencing a deep-seated anger, and I've been very snarly, and I'd like to identify that and...
So you decided to come and see me.
You get it. I'd like to just let that go. I'm not sure I got as far as saying, okay, it's a lack of love, it's fear, but I haven't gotten any further with that.
What are you angry at? Or what does the ego say you're angry at?
The ego says I'm angry because I'm stuck living with all these old people. They're having all these problems, and I don't consider myself one of them yet. And that in turn is a monetary choice, or appeared to be.
You mean for lack of funds, you don't have the choice to go
Yes.
elsewhere?
Yes. It's a lovely spot. I have a very nice apartment in a brand new building for minimum rent. It's, I find myself being increasingly irritated by them. Is that now the fear of being like them, getting to that point where people leave the room when I come in and that sort of thing? What's happening?
Well, at the bottom line, you're pissed off because you can't be around people who are easier to love. It's too much work. So, that means that you believe that you have a limited amount of love to give and a limited capacity to give it. And it means that you are becoming old and crotchety.
Yuck.
Inflexible and unwilling to be the presence of love because it's just too much work for you. And so you're indulging in a denial of what you are.
Yeah.
You got to open up the floodgates of love. You got to remember who you are. You're love. It's your function to love. It's your function to realize that everyone and everything is deserving of love. It's your function to realize that what your ego says they are is not what they are. They're more than that. Love is the realization that they deserve to be inspired out of the limitations they have slowly accepted for themselves. Love is the realization that it's worth it to you to be that love that inspires. And I'll tell you something, when you decide to abandon this little temper tantrum and let your love flow, they're not going to look so bad. They're not going to be as offensive to you. You know what? Every time you get angry, you put on a garment with Velcro loops, and then all the hooks get stuck to you. When you abandon the anger, ultimately hate, the loops dissolve. It doesn't matter how many hooks there are out there. They don't get attached to you. And the inclination to become irritated is gone. And you're able to be the presence of love. I'll tell you something else. Becoming self-righteous about old age, becoming self-righteous against those who are experiencing old age, is part of the process of becoming a crotchety old woman.
I don't want to do that.
No, you don't. There better be less and less distinction between you and them. Not meaning that you are like them, the old cotters. But they're like you, the son or daughter of God, who deserves to be acknowledged as what they are, as much as this leaf deserves to be seen for what it really is. You're finding justification for not witnessing for them, but witnessing against them. And isn't it interesting? You don't have the means to get away from them.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that you can't get away from them because you're like them, but because being away from them isn't the answer. Loving them is. You can dare to be kind and thoughtful. instead of unkind and thoughtless. You weren't here yesterday, but I spent some time talking about independence since there was a holiday here recently. And I'm going to ask you the question, rather than who are you going to gain independence from, who are you going to grant independence to? And as long as you are sitting in such judgment on them, the old codgers, you are holding them in bondage to your concept of them, and you will not be able to help but treat them according to the definition you're giving of them, which will be unkind. And you need to grant them independence from your terrible thoughts about them by abandoning your terrible thoughts of judgment about them.
Okay.
There's no profit to unkindness.
No.
It isn't what you want to engage in anyway. But when you find yourself being frustrated with them, what you're doing is you're experiencing the discomfort of being loveless yourself. And it isn't them that's the problem. It's the fact that you are acting at odds with your very being. And you can't do that and be comfortable. And they're not making you decide to see them the way you're seeing them.
Yeah.
They're doing the best they can. They're at their leading edge. And maybe they're in a stupid rest. But they're still at their leading edge. And they still deserve to be inspired to move beyond, forward a little of their leading edge. You just became a little haughty in the last short period of time. Better than that. You thought. But you know what? You're just like them. All of you are the sons and daughters of God, standing at your leading edge, deserving to experience the more of God that is there than what you're currently experiencing.
Yeah.
You deserve it. And that doesn't mean being able to live someplace with more lovable people.
Well, I've been able to do that in the beginning of living there, which is now 3 years.
Does that place tell you who you are? Does that place define you?
I may be letting it define me at this point.
Oh, well, you may be defining it as defining you. You can't let it define you because it doesn't have a voice. You've got to give it all of the details. Well, stop doing that. Either it's all God or it's not. And if it's all God, then that better be the definition. If you're going to give a definition, that better be the definition. And then you had best start paying attention to see God there. And see where the opportunities for being loved are and extending it. And being there without judgment. I'm going to say, be it so you can be there without judgment and have the freedom to come and go. That place doesn't have to be the center and circumference of your attention and activity. But I will tell you something, if you let this continue to fester and grow, you're going to stop going out as much. And you're going to start becoming reclusive as well as bitter and judgmental. Don't let this grow.
No, it's very uncomfortable.
It violates the very presence of what you divinely are. And while it's violating you, you are violating them by your judgmental thoughts of them and making yourself even more miserable. Now, you can't make them more miserable.
No,
But you know what?
miserable lot.
You know what?
All by themselves.
In your willingness not to judge them and in your willingness to acknowledge the presence of God there and that their behavior represents their ignorance of their godness, you provide an environment in which they can change their mind. You can't make them worse and you can't make them better, but you can be the presence that allows for realization and enlightenment to occur with them because it comes from you with love. Now, this was just a temporary tantrum. Catch it and abandon it quickly when it happens. And I really mean what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because you don't deserve the imprisonment that awaits you if you don't stop it. That's not a threat.
Okay. I understand. I got it.
You needed a good, swift boot in that. You know what?
Yes. Okay.
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 You're not such a sweet little thing that you don't need a boot once in a while.
This is it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I got it.
I love you.
Oh, I love you. Thank you.
And they deserve your loving them.
Yes, they do. Yes.
A crotchety old woman came in today. I loved you before you got here, and I let you know I loved you while you were here, and you deserved it. And they deserve the same thing from you. And you will feel so good if you will extend it, because it's your function. It's the nature of your being. And you can't let there be anything that they can do that would justify your withholding the willingness to recognize in them the presence and substance of God as just as much as you would be willing to do it for this leaf. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
One little postscript, if I may, a little aside. Would there be any value in my knowing why, why the relationship with George ended so abruptly?
None at all.
Okay.
There would be no benefit. Observe it, allow it,
Okay.
let it be. Don't look for some significant meaning.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. take a 10-minute break. Okay. Hands.
My question is a two-part. I was raised with most of the concepts, so I can buy into them easily. The first part is about guides, second part is about God. I've never experienced a guide of any type.
You have never experienced?
I was introduced to the idea a long time ago, so I don't just not believe in them for other people. But is the reason I've never experienced anything like that because I don't have a need for a guide, or because I'm just not in touch with one? I don't have a belief for myself.
First of all, if you didn't need a guide, you wouldn't have a guide.
Right.
What I have referred to as the human condition, which is best described as a partial experience of reality, is experienced because one has claimed the capacity to perceive things independent of the way God has created them. And so each one has created a sense of isolation from the whole. And the most effective means of gaining access to the whole again is to break the isolation. And the only way to effectively break the isolation is to reach out for and connect with one who is awake. The moment each one broke away, so to speak, and claimed a right to independence, the very fact that they couldn't possibly succeed in breaking away established a means of undoing the act of independence. And that means of undoing the act of independence was a guide, one who was assigned to you, to be there when you finally decided to reach out.
But may I interrupt that?
Certainly.
I am constantly being told in which direction to go. Maybe I listen. Most of the time I try to. And afterwards I can feel a subtle, after the experience of, say, I go in one direction or another, I experience whatever it is that I'm supposed to experience there. And I look back, I can see that gentle nudge to that direction. Or say I end up at the bottom of the jagged cliff and, pieces, I can see where I had that nudge and I decided to go along my own way.
Yes.
So I feel guided constantly, but I've never been spoken to by, like I hear these people talking about this you, or some other you, talking with them. And is it because I was raised with the idea that we already are perfect, we already are unknowing, but we're making everything so complex, we're getting in our way that we're not listening to what we already know and are. And so I look to myself, is there a guide in there? I'm hearing...
The guidance you are getting is coming from one other than yourself. you are receiving guidance even though you are not having conversations per se. And you have not been defended against having that experience. Each one experiences it in a slightly different way. And your guide will always work with you in the way that works best for you. This works for you.
It does.
It is important for you to know that you are being companioned with and that this is not a private experience of yours alone.
Okay. So my second question is about God. I was raised with the concept of God as you were talking about God. But I've always questioned that because the societal concepts seem to be so still in the material. The pictures of Jesus, the way society talks about God. God is a name. You would name a person, I think. He's up there looking down on us, heaven, hell. Although I was not raised with the concept of hell and heaven being here on earth is how I was raised. And there is no evil and all of that, I still questioned how can that God, and constantly my whole life. So then I think it was you on a tape that said, the definition of God is all that is. And I completely understood it in that context. However, I still have a tough time with the word God, or I almost, it's easier for me to address all that is, which I am a part of, I always say. Because I think, is God more than us? It does say, I think, somewhere in the Bible or in Science and Health, it says, we are God, and Jesus said this, we are all one, but the Father is greater than, he said, I.
Yes.
Yet, how can we all be one? But yet, mathematically, I guess I can't understand that. We are all the same, we are in the image and likeness of God, yet he is greater than us. I can't compute that. I don't feel the presence of...
It isn't that difficult. Greater than you simply means that you are not the source of your being. Actually, the verb being is one of the best definitions of God. Being. When Paul sits down and is quiet before a gathering, he acknowledges that he allows only for that which expresses the Christ consciousness, and only that which is in harmony with the purpose of being. The word being, when he uses it, means God, but it means God as that which is being, that which is the cause of all that is, that which is being all that is, but not as a figurehead, truly as a verb. So it means that he is disallowing, he is not aligning himself with anything that expresses not being, or non-existence, or non-existing. That's the end of the answer. This is me, Paul. That's the end of the answer. Is there anything?
Nope. The source answered my question. And I've heard that before. I guess I just just connected now that in Science and Health it says something about the stream not being the source. It's part of the source, but it's not the source. And so I understand that this, what you're saying.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Hands? Right over here.
Good afternoon, Raj.
Good afternoon.
In trying to create a question and answer all the ifs, ands, and buts of one's personal circumstance, it's hard to ask an all-inclusive question. So, and yet I've heard that individuals ask, what do I need to know? And I've never found that particularly helpful. It seems like the more direct we are with you, the more direct you are with us. And I appreciate that. So I would ask the question, last time we spoke in June, you had indicated that I was going through what might be perceived as a gelling process.
I'd like
Gelling. I was experiencing ungroundedness, floating, free-falling, anxiety, and so forth. My question then would be a number-fold. One was the homeopathic remedy which I went through, a step in that gelling process.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, I felt so, and I thought I'd curious as to the timing and your indication, and so forth, and thank you. The question I would have is, what is the appropriateness of my present partnering relationship? It seems to be more and more difficult or challenging, and yet there's a caring, and I don't know whether we're just there to heal one another, but it seems to be becoming more difficult. And we're trying to create a new partnership in a business, which seems to be going slower and slower. And I'm not sure the appropriateness of both of those, or if they are appropriate, how to make it easier, or if not appropriate, how to move on.
Both partnerships are appropriate. But the two of you are working too hard at your personal partnership. You are more in your heads than you are in your hearts. You are trying to have a holy relationship, which means that you're trying to have a relationship that meets a definition instead of feeling into each other, being present with each other gently, and paying attention to the experience, and letting that grow and grow the two of you. Whether it meets the criteria of, quote, a holy relationship, unquote. You see what I'm saying?
I'm hearing the words, but I'm not sure the meaning totally. But yes, it's a different perspective, certainly, and we are working very hard.
You see, instead of being present with each other gently, and thereby being present with each other's needs, and responding to them gently with love, so that the needs are fulfilled. You're thinking too much about how you're doing everything together. And the simplicity of it is lost, as well as the connection which can only occur where you're feeling. That's what I meant when I said you're working too hard at the relationship, and you're working at it up here.
How do we get back to not working so hard, I guess?
Well, I would suggest that you hug each other a lot. Touch each other. And I'm not talking about sex. I'm talking about being present with each other enough to feel what you feel in an embrace. Be attentive to each other and thoughtful and anticipative of needs. Be thoughtful, caring, attentive, affectionate. And let there be connection in silence, just as there is in a hug.
Is the time away from each other? She's working on the coast and I'm in Portland. And it's about a 50-50.
Is that a what?
It's 50% away and 50% together. And that seems to be stressful also. Is there a purpose being served there? And is it leading toward this new business that you've said was appropriate? Because it seems to be very slow, very slow.
If you pay attention to the need as a unit, the two of you as a unit, it will be obvious to you that you need to get together and not apart 50% of the time. Remain simple here. Pay attention to the simple basics. And then together, find a way to be together. Working together to address the need, find a way to be together. So that you can hug each other more often. Don't try to fulfill a recipe for a perfect relationship. I mean by a recipe, a certain criteria written down in a book or a teaching. You've got to stay a little more basic than that. Everyone does.
Is there any part of my personal work, control, grief, purpose, right livelihood, are there things that I can be doing and not responding so desperately and despondently, a little more grounded and peaceful? Is there anything I can do to do that for me?
No, you're coming along just fine in that regard. You are learning better how to be without fear. And more specifically, how to be without fear of being out of control. You are learning to yield and flow with the movement. But part of your old habit of control is that you want to be sure that you're yielding as perfectly as possible. That you are learning to flow as perfectly as possible and engaging in evaluation rather than staying in touch internally with the movement itself. You are learning to trust your sensing into the movement better and better. You just can't make it happen as fast as you want. And that's part of learning to yield. And you're doing well. But I will tell you something, most of all, it is appropriate for you to have a partner, and you are with the right one, and you just both need to stop working so hard at it. Lean into each other, not as though depending on each other, but lean into each other in the sense of being present with and conscious of each other. If you're sitting on the sofa, lean into each other while you're watching the television. Let your presence be felt. Let each other's presence be felt. And don't make it be part of something else, like foreplay, let us say, you see. Part of your success is going to come from learning how to be present without it being a part of making something else happen. But being present so that everything that is happening can register with you in its fullness, you see. You're welcome. And you know what? I don't care how much feedback you get that says that you're going crazy or you're being irresponsible. Don't let others' inability to recognize the value of what you're doing I'm sorry, this is me, Paul. It was on the tip of my tongue. Persuade you to abandon what you recognize constitutes being on the beam for you.
And for me and she
Yes.
together. Okay.
But I was mostly directing that at you.
Thank you.
You are welcome. You're doing well. Yes. Right here.
Hi, Raj.
Good afternoon.
Do you know who I am?
Indeed.
Are you Jesus?
Indeed.
Is Paul Jesus?
No.
I'd like you to talk a little bit about identity. John said, as I become lesser, he becomes greater. Talk a little about identity and its relationship to humanness.
You, or Paul, or anyone else, are truly yourself when you are inserting nothing into the presence that God is being right there where you are. When you are introducing nothing extraneous. When I am truly Jesus, all there is God. When Paul is truly Paul, all there is God. And yet, Paul and Jesus and Ryan and everyone else, none of you disappear. None of us disappear. And so, God is infinitely expressed. But the expression of God does not become separate from God as something that stands in its own right all by itself. Now, when Ryan is being truly Ryan, God is all that is there. And when Paul is being truly Paul, God is all that is there. And therefore Ryan and Paul are one. But they don't blur into each other. At the same time, they are not separate from each other. And this is something that only experience can convey the meaning of. You are part of the infinitude of me. Paul is part of the infinitude of me. I am part of the infinitude of you. I am part of the infinitude of Paul. And on and on and on. The true experience of what those words mean comes when Ryan and Paul and Jesus are not introducing anything into the picture that God isn't being, where Ryan, Jesus, Paul, and everyone else are. Therefore, when Ryan or Paul are not introducing anything extraneous into the picture, Ryan and Paul know each other totally. There is no aspect of what they are capable of knowing that is hidden from the other. You might say they know each other inside out. Communication is that total. True individuality is God individualized, not having lost any of what God is in that individualization.
Where is the line between Paul and Raj? We see a moment of silence here, a change in posture, a change in demeanor, a change in voice. In terms of identity, where's that line?
Let me put it this way. I've said it before. In order for Paul to hear me, he has to stand as the door. He has to be the opening, you might say. In order for me to have anything to say to Paul, I must stand as the door. So there is an opening for God. by virtue of my relationship with Paul, I am helping him learn how to let God be all there is right where he is, so that he might let go into that ultimate truth more and more completely. Now, it is not so much a case of where is the line between Paul and me, but where is the line between Paul and God? Because if I were not participating in this at this moment, as actively as I am, you would find the same change in posture occurring and the same change in behavior occurring with Paul. Because he has abandoned the so-called right to be the authorizer of anything. That's where the introduction of that which is extraneous comes into play. So what I'm doing is helping Paul learn how to be who he is, which is the unobstructed presence of God. And this is exactly what all of you, in one way or another, are in the process of coming into the full realization of yourselves. And you can't do it alone. And so someone who is awake will be facilitating your learning how to do this, just like I am with Paul. And in many cases, I am the one who will be facilitating it for you. But every single guide is totally awake and is therefore no better than or no less than me. Because ultimately, by virtue of being awake, they aren't introducing anything extraneous to the Father's will into everything that proceeds from Him. That's the end of the answer.
Thank you. I felt a strong draw to the foundation here. I got to know a lot of the people online. I feel a strong connection with Paul and Susan and many of the people here. Is there something, you know, and most of it is the foundation's built around Raj. It's built around you. And you're wonderful, and I love listening to you, but I don't feel the draw to Raj so much as the draw towards Paul, even though it's hard to see where the line is drawn in that identity. Could you maybe say something about the Ryan-Paul relationship in the context of the foundation?
Well, understand that, quote, the foundation, unquote, is a sufferer to be so now. It is something that has to exist, let us say, on paper, because the government requires an accounting of the movement of money. And that's all it is. The substance or the activity that seems to have called forth a need for that accommodation to the government is simply Paul being the expression of love by virtue of letting the Father shine through. And so you would naturally find, let us say, an attraction to him. Because he's the one who's letting it happen. He's the one who is letting the presence of God be where he is with as little resistance to it as possible. In doing that, he's finding out that he's not who he thought he was. And he's beginning to learn from experience what he is. Even though it doesn't provide him with a definition, just an ability to be it, which is what he's doing right now. The time will come when I will not need to participate firsthand with him in his doing this. And that, of course, is ultimately the point. Even though at that point, he will be aware that I am constantly with him, experiencing everything about it with him, but not with a need to facilitate the process. Just a moment. So there really is no, quote, foundation for you to have a relationship with. But there is Paul, and there is Paul and me at the present time.
And the people who gather around.
Indeed. Indeed. You must understand that it is for Paul disconcerting at times for all of what he calls his life. He has been called Paul. And so when somebody speaks and says Paul, his habit is to respond as from the place of what he thinks he is as Paul. And when he is allowing me to speak, and he is not introducing anything into the picture from the perspective of who he has thought he was as Paul, he feels at one with what is happening. But it doesn't feel like Paul to him, in the same sense that his concept of Paul, of so many years' experience or duration, has felt like him. And so part of this process is one of allowing him to have the experience of being, not from a place of conditionings, from a place of conditioned responses or habitual thinking patterns. But to be present with and available to everyone, without the exercise of control, and with the resultant discovery that without control being exercised, existence doesn't collapse, and that therefore it is safe for him to not be in control and to discover that he doesn't cease to exist, and that not only is he not who he thought he was, he is an indescribable presence of conscious awareness that can be utterly appropriate in every situation, with complete safety and fearlessness, and that therefore he is a verb and not a noun. Nouns seem to anchor you in security. And that's why you conceive of yourself as a thing. But what you are is a movement of being. So when you ask the question about Paul, it doesn't make sense to him like it used to. And to talk about the difference between Paul and me, because the experience for him is not one of difference. And yet he hasn't been swallowed up in me. I haven't become him. And there's absolutely no confusion in the experience. He is learning how to be a verb. And know what that means without having a way or a need to define it or explain it. Because a verb cannot be defined or explained where a noun can. I will say, as time goes on, or as things proceed, I will be less the focus when Paul is speaking. Just a moment. That's me, Paul, saying just a moment. simply because my help will not be needed in order for him to be the unobstructed presence of God. And when I do speak, as I'm doing right now, apparently through him, it will be because it fulfills purpose relative to whoever it is I'm speaking to, rather than because it is facilitating Paul's shift from a private, personal sense of self to the impersonal, you might say, infinite presence of God, illuminating what is real by acknowledging what is real everywhere. That is the best way I can put it into words.
Thanks. Last question. Is it harder for Paul when Paul, the identity Paul, is the subject of the discussion, of the question?
To some degree, but not significantly, no. It used to be very unsettling, but not now, no.
Thanks.
Will we all have to go through this process to awaken?
Does it look so awful?
Is that Paul or Raj?
That if it were Paul, Paul would say, that is me.
Do we all have to go through this process?
Yes. It's called glorifying God.
We need to be shown this way.
Of course. You know, you have these wonderful, wonderful songs and hymns, Hosanna unto the highest, and talking about praising the Lord and praising God. It is joyous. And you truly have nothing else to do but let God be you. If you're going to wait for an example, be patient, because Paul is not yielding 100% quickly. But I promise you that when he does, it will be obviously worth it.
It's not like I can just wake up right now and just do it without going through the process.
Well, let's put it this way. Some people are more stubborn than others, and Paul is a workout, if I may put it that way. And so you must not make any assumptions based on what you observe with Paul. Paul is not miserable. His ego is sometimes. But this is not a miserable experience for Paul.
No, I wouldn't think it would be. He's close to you. I would just, there's going to be somebody that's awake and that's going to be with me and show me and go through what you and Paul are going through in order to wake up.
Every step of the way.
That's my question. Okay, so that's the way it's going to work. versus just waking up.
That's right.
I'm not gonna do it on my own. I mean, it can't work that way.
You can't do it on your own because that's an independent act. An independent action was what caused the dream, so to speak, the false sense of separation. You are not going to be able to do it alone.
Need to get down to it.
That's why this process, if you want to call it a process, is so insulting to the ego. The ego must take credit for things in order to exist. The ego will not be able to take credit for this because there won't be any independent action associated with it, and therefore no one to take credit.
So as we minimize the ego and not go to it,
Which
and
is
open up
not
to
your
it,
individuality, but yes.
that's how I would allow more guidance, yes, of course, comes from.
No, you can't minimize the ego first. You have to ask for guidance first, and as you let it in, the minimization of the ego begins. The key really lies in each one of you arriving at a point where you need help and you actually say, help. That's, when you really need help is when you are, is when you're most able to see the value in not relying upon yourself. And that is a wonderful point to arrive at. Because as long as you think you can handle things pretty well yourself, you won't say help, and you will be completely blocked from escaping the illusion of being separate.
I understand asking for help, and I do ask for help. I never put it all together that process that I see Paul and you doing, that is what we're all to do. I just never put that together, but I can see that that's it. And it's I always thought it's being really companioning with God, not like it's letting in an awakened being to travel with me. So I'm seeing now there's a distinction that it's an awakened being that I let in, that I
Well, you can let God in as well. You can let God in. You can let the Holy Spirit in. You can let your guide in. And there are others who are not your guides who stand ready on your behalf. Because all of us who are awake look forward to full involvement with you, not just occasional involvement with you, you see. It's not just that you let us in, you let us through. You must defer to us. And ultimately what that means is you must defer to God. And that's why it seems difficult, because you have to abandon your apparent right to authorize things yourself. Don't look so sad.
In asking for help, how is that different from the beseeching prayer? And weren't we taught to give thanks in advance? That's where, the help thing has a connotation that I don't think is clear in my mind.
The beseeching prayer is a request for help by remote control. In other words, you pray to God for God to intervene on your behalf, whether you join with him or not, whether you commune with him or not, whether you connect with him or not. You see, when you ask for help the way I'm talking about asking for help, you're asking for help that you're going to get a response to within you. In other words, there's going to be involvement. You're going to ask for help, and then you're going to listen for the answer so that you get the answer, which tells you that by virtue of the experience, you're not alone. It's not like the prayer at night where you go to bed and say, God, please help Mary and Sally and Judy and Henry and good night. You see?
How does that differ from when we are to give thanks in advance for what already exists as our way of communing, as opposed to asking for help?
That's not a way for asking for help. That's priming the pump.
So are you saying it's inappropriate to give thanks in advance?
It is absolutely appropriate
then
to give thanks in advance. But then you must stand there ready to be in receipt of the answer to the prayer, which will mean involvement.
Then ask for help. Give thanks and then ask for help to fulfill it?
You realize what you're asking for God to provide to you is something that God has never withheld from you. And your receiving it is not a present response to God in place of His not having given it to you before. When you thank God for what He has always been being and for the fullness that has always been yours, that is your way of acknowledging the truth, the fact that you could never have been lacking. But you must be open to receive. And the receiving is going to be an involvement. It's not going to be something given to you and delivered by the postman. It's something that is given to you by the source of the gift that requires you to be consciously involved with the giver of the gift. Because unless your isolation has been broken and replaced by communion, by involvement, there's no healing, there's no answer to the prayer. We're going to leave this at this moment and take a break, but if you wish to pursue it after the break, we will continue. Okay. Did you have any?
Thank you. We were talking about opening to help. And this may be a little convoluted, but I'm going to ask the whole question. When you begin your meditation, Paul, you ask for allowing only that which expresses the Christ consciousness and is in harmony with his being. to me when I say that, it leads me to think that there might be something else that could be, that I'm not allowing for. Even the fact that something could express the Christ consciousness and not be in harmony with the purpose of being indicates that there might be two something or others. I've heard people ask for protection, triple protection. I know about souls hanging on and not departing, but I don't think that's what we're talking about here. Then the next question would be giving
Well,
thanks.
let's take care of that first.
Okay.
Paul does not make the statement as a means of protection, but as, let us say, a blessing on what is to follow. It is an expression of his intent from that point forward, or for that time that follows. In so many words, instead of saying he isn't allowing for the dark forces or some other entities, he's really saying that during this period of time, he wants to have nothing to do with his best concepts, his best judgments, his pet theories. You see what I'm saying? That this is a time which he is devoting to one thing only: the experience of truth. Continue.
Thank you. That's very clear. The next thing would be, do we say together, give thanks? And now that we're thankful that we can ask for help, thy will, my will? Is it two separate states of openness? How do those come together? And then the last one would be, how can I most effectively hear? Because I don't seem to be hearing as well as I used to or would like to. What my involvement should be.
Well, you know, when I thanked God before calling Lazarus forth and acknowledged God there, in effect it was similar to what Paul does when he says, I allow only for such and such. It was in so many words to say that what followed, I acknowledged would not be anything I might introduce, but only what God brought forth. To say thanks beforehand is another way of breaking the isolation. And then once the isolation is broken, you ask for help. But you don't stop there. You don't ask for help and then go and fix dinner and leave it hanging. You've asked for help. The help is immediate, and so you listen for the help. Without coercion, without impatience, without being in a hurry. When you say in so many words, thy will be done, you're saying on your terms. And so you listen, expecting an answer. and you wait for the answer. Because that's where the completion is. That's where the actual end of isolation happens. When the connection occurs. Now, to be practical, Paul did this in the beginning for 2 weeks every night, and sometimes more than once a day. He had to take care of other things, and so when he didn't hear the answer, he didn't sit there like a monk for 24 hours a day. He took care of what needed to be taken care of. But he persisted, knowing that the completion of the process hadn't occurred. But the point is, you ask for help, and you listen, and you persist in listening for the answer, or for the evidence of the healing. And I believe I've answered the third part of your question. How do you best facilitate being able to hear? You simply persist in listening with the expectation of an answer.
Okay, I guess I was asking specifically, should I start writing again? Would that be clear, since I seem to have more personal disruption in not hearing or not feeling I'm hearing?
Of course.
Start writing again?
Sure, certainly.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll meet you on the keyboard.
Indeed, I look forward to it.
Thank you.
And you may even connect with me surprisingly at other times.
Yes, certainly I've tried. Yes.
But bring your attention there. Bring your attention to me.
Okay.
If your help in terms of guidance was assigned to you the moment you acted independently, then you can count on it that the moment there's the slightest bit of interest expressed on your part, you're going to get a response. You might say, your guide has not waited all this time just to miss your call. It's reasonable to expect an answer.
Would it be safe to understand that I haven't heard the response of late? Could that be part of my...
You said it very well. You haven't heard the response.
Right. I'm asking for confirmation because maybe that's what I...
That is correct, yes.
Okay. I will listen more effectively.
Yes.
Thank you.
The response has been there. You simply haven't heard it.
Okay.
I haven't been busy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Hands? The gentleman back here.
Thank you. We speak of the one light and the one love of God, the oneness of those. Could you just say a little something about the nature of this light and love? How, are they just aspects of God, the main aspects of God? What the nature of the light versus the nature of the love?
Versus the nature of the love?
Well, not versus, well, and, or the relationship between them.
I would ask you to embellish or elaborate on your question if you can.
Sure. For instance, if there is the one light, is there then also the one love that is also present at that time, and vice versa?
It is more like a bar of gold has a certain density, a certain weight, a certain color. And none of those three things are separate from each other in actuality. So there is not something called light and something called love. Light and love are so closely aligned that they are almost indistinguishable. Love illuminates as well as light. And the substance of light is love. Love is the vitalizing or motivating, you might say love is the engine of movement. And it is the substance of all that you call form. When you are fully awake, what appear to you as mortal or material bodies will be experienced as bodies of light. And the substance of those bodies of light, or light forms, will obviously be love to you. Not from a visual standpoint, but from a heart standpoint. And you will find that the same thing is true of this plant or any object that you see. This is not something I am going to be able to go into in depth at this point because Paul is not in an even enough place.
That's fine. That answers my question.
Okay. Thank you. Hands? Yes.
My question is about asking you to respond for me. I've done that in certain instances and it had startling results.
I'm sorry, could you start over?
Yes. My question is about asking you to respond for me. And in my mind, what I'm doing is backing out and then hearing my voice say things to people. This has been about collection calls. And so what I've noticed is when I hang up, both the person I've talked to and I feel better. You know, maybe we don't get the money, but I'm not mean. So then there's this respond all the time, and that's what I would like you to do. So I think you've really kind of been telling me the answer. Part of my mind knows you don't want me to become some kind of puppet that doesn't... Well, I want to get out of the way, but I don't...
But I do want you to become a puppet.
See, then I would do that. But
Let me explain. phrase in the Lord's Prayer says, "Thy will be done." Well, if that doesn't mean becoming a puppet, I don't know what it means. If that doesn't mean deferring to God, if that doesn't mean yielding to God, I don't know what it means. And if you're yielding to God, then you are ceasing to be a point or source of authority where, through your will, you cause something to happen. Such an idea is absolutely horrifying to the ego. In fact, most, upon hearing me say what I just said, would say, "Oh, you're carrying this too far. I mean, I love the Lord's Prayer, but to not exercise my own will ever, you go too far." But what isn't understood is that when you choose to act as though you have self-originated authority, you have disconnected yourself from the experience of God, and as I've said many times, have thereby caused the kingdom of heaven to look like the world, a polarized phenomenon, positive and negative, good, bad, constantly in a state of conflict with itself, and somehow finding reasonable balance so that it doesn't destroy itself. And so your experience is one of conflict and the surmounting of it. You're not going to find your wholeness. You're not going to find your peace. You're not going to find your utter safety until you're willing to yield to the Father's will constantly. But I will tell you something. As you begin little by little, as you do in the conversations where you ask me to join you and you let me speak, you will find that the result of doing that is not destructive but beneficial. It doesn't promote reaction but harmony. Even if you are asking for something that somebody objects to, you are a benign presence.
It's absolutely what I've discovered. Yeah.
So as you do this, you find validation, you might say, for the principle of saying and embodying the meaning of the words, "Thy will be done." There is improvement. That part of your life changed. And that can give you courage to do it more often in more circumstances. Very simply, you are not self-created. You didn't create yourself. You might say, you found yourself existing. Then if you're not the source of your existence, what is? Well, those who have sought after the answer to that question have in many different ways shared with others that the experience of communion with whatever the source is available. So you know what? Let's be real simple. If doing it all yourself has been a struggle, why not experiment with reaching out to God, expecting an answer, letting it register with you when it's provided, and see what the result is. And if the result is confirming and beneficial and harmonizing, then persist.
Well, considering that Bobby and I have both kind of been doing this kind of thing, and we're facing interesting months, believe me, it sounds very good to just let you handle it. And just can hardly wait. Because I've just seen it. I used to think I was so good and so smart, and you know, I've run into so many walls. I just have had enough. And it's so wonderful to let you respond to everything.
Now, when I respond, especially if I am responding to you, in other words, if you have asked me a question, and I am responding to you, if you can't understand what I'm saying, or you can't agree with what I'm saying, do not be blindly obedient.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I was wondering about the puppet thing. So I should just keep asking for clarity
That is correct.
instead of going away.
That is correct, yes.
That's what I do.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
You see, you want to be a puppet, but not blindly. You want to be the expression of the Father's will, not yours.
Right.
But if you don't understand what being the expression of the Father's will is, then you must inquire further instead of just blindly, obediently acting.
Good. Okay.
You are the one learning how to be without engaging your will. And you are the one who will be learning what it is like to be you in that way. And that is how you will begin to have a new experience of what you are as a verb, as I said earlier. But if you don't ask questions, and you just blindly, obediently follow directions, then you won't be participating. You won't be involved. Do you see what I mean?
Yes, coming at this, I was thinking that, I just totally got out of the picture and everything was just you. And I'd forgotten that you said we would do things together.
Yes. And in the conversations that we do them together.
See, I didn't think that.
I know that,
But now I'm
you
better.
were cooperating with me. I didn't take possession of your body.
Well, it was always very
You
hard.
have been involved.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You are welcome.
It clears that up. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
feeling like there might be a little bit of resistance to me asking the question.
From you?
Or you, I'm not sure which.
Oh, I never resist a question.
Okay. Okay. I have some specific questions, and then also just this feeling. I'm wondering which would be more appropriate for me to address right now. Are the specific questions appropriate or not?
Indeed.
Okay. The first question is about in our recent marriage, with the idea of name changing. Is my resistance to changing my last name to Spears fear-based? Around the loss of identity or...
Absolutely.
Is there appropriateness in doing that?
It doesn't make any difference at all.
Okay.
And because it doesn't make any difference at all, go ahead and change it.
It's so hard for me to believe that things don't make a difference. Like, it seems to me that every single thing makes a lot of difference.
But your name doesn't give you identity.
Right.
You give meaning. You, the presence of you, gives meaning to whatever name you go by. And it will be a point of freedom for you to discover that. It would be a greater point of freedom for him to discover it. I only say that because men, because they've never had to change their names,
Right.
feel that they truly have a right to keep it because it means something. And it doesn't mean anything.
So you would advise me to change it for that reason, or you're not advising anything at all?
I'm not going to tell you to do it or not to do it. I'm just telling you that it makes no difference, and in the willingness to change it, and if you change it, you will have learned something significant about your identity,
Okay.
that it wasn't in your name. And as long as you think it does lie in your name, you're in bondage to ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
You're in bondage to a definition. You see?
My next question is about housing in Portland. We've just moved and we're looking for a place to live that feels affordable, being that he's going to be the only one to bring any income in for both of us. And we've looked at one home, and we're looking at the idea of community, although it's hard to find in a city. Can you say anything about that, or is it just...
And by the word community, you mean?
People living together with common...
In the same dwelling.
Yeah.
I will tell you right now that that will not work for the two of you, and especially for you with your studies.
Okay. Living with people at all, meaning it's best for us to just live in our own home?
That is correct.
Wow. So the home that we looked at, Sierra's home, that kind of living is not appropriate for
That
us.
is correct.
Can you advise us in a direction to head then?
I will put it this way. Knowing what you're looking for gives you direction.
It's hard because I think he feels so left out in our move, and the idea of community gives hope and purpose for Kenneth, and So I feel like if we just live by ourselves, now I'm really taking all of the everything for this move.
The two of you need to approach this
Get
together.
clear.
Because you both want what will work and not what will defeat you.
It's hard for me to know what will work because it's so unknown what school will be like for me that I feel pretty open right now.
Good. Then it will be easier for the two of you to arrive at a direction to move in.
Okay.
But I will tell you, do not try to live in a communal situation. You need your space.
Does that include communities in which you have your own dwelling? But they're...
As long as you have your own space to go to that isn't being occupied by someone else, of course.
Okay.
You would have to go out in the middle of the desert not to be in a community.
So we'll just pray about that more.
Yes.
Okay. Is it appropriate for me to ask one more question or not?
Okay.
The question is about finances within school itself.
About what?
Finances in paying for tuition for my schooling. Right now, it feels to me like there are not, to my knowledge, really any sources for money to pay for school other than just taking out loans. Is that the wise thing to do, just take out loans at this point? Or should I just like...
That is not the only avenue you should pursue, but you should pursue that avenue.
Sure.
And don't assume that there are no other avenues. Be curious.
Is family one of those avenues?
Yes.
Is there anything else I need to know about that?
Not a thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
I want to ask you about money. So many of the questions have to do with money, have to do with finance. And a lot of money is the root of all evil. And I heard you say $1 million is not superfluous.
The love of money.
Yeah.
The preoccupation.
Right, yeah. But we got our prosperity seminars and unity churches all over, and I figure the dinosaurs probably are awake because they didn't have a medium of exchange. But here we are, and I'm not going to pretend I'm awake. And I really see this as a big part of the problem in my life, with my relationships with my family, my friends, and I'm really willing to change the way I see it. What is money really? Here with us now, not awake, doing what we're doing.
I will ask you, what is it to you at this point?
I see it as God's love.
What does that mean? God's love as it comes into your hands, or as it leaves your hands, or...
Like so much of God's love from, you basically said before in this question, don't sit around with your head up your butt in stupid comfort, and my ego takes it. You got me driving all night to New York without getting any rest. So you know, I'm a little apprehensive to go too far into conceptualizing exactly what this
you're
means.
driving to New York. You're driving to New York without stupid rest.
Well, yeah, I'm staying focused, and the next thing I'm there because I'm anticipating where I'm going. I'm not suffering driving. I'm going to New York. Money, really, in my life, money doesn't seem to come too hard to me, and I'm, you know, I'm kind of willing to live frugally and in a humble way, but in my relationships, I think I get ripped off a lot because I want to be a pleaser, and I don't really stand up for myself, and I let my integrity go. And a lot of times that's expressed in money, but you know, that can be somebody cutting in front of you in line too. So I know money is, you know, it's not like money is everything, but I hear in so many people's questions. Personally, the same person that was going to have to drive to New York all night doesn't understand why Paul and Susan aren't really rich, and this is not taking place inside of a gigantic auditorium. But there's so much love. There's infinite love in this room right now, and I feel that. So, I'd like to understand what money is, and I don't. And
Money is sometimes that which meets the need.
like a stairway, gets me upstairs. I don't hear people getting all frustrated about stairways. I don't hear, you know, like a collection agency, what's going to happen going to school. I mean, it seems to be a big deal.
Yes, but you know what? If something happens to the stairway, if there is a flaw in it, and it collapses, and somebody files a claim with an insurance company, all of a sudden that stairway becomes a point of contention, and the insurance company doesn't just pay for the costs of the injury. It will want to find out who constructed the stairway so that they can go and collect from that person, and money becomes the bottom line. And there is upsetness about the stairway.
Yeah.
Now, the simple fact is that you are creating a problem here that doesn't exist. You're not having any problem with money, and you're not having any problem understanding it. You are very comfortable with money, having it, not having it, and the flow of it, and the absence of flow of it. You, in your life, are at peace with yourself and with money.
Well, you said it was a vote. Like buy organic vegetables. The bottom line is money. I mean, why are they, you know, if I go out and I buy good healthy food, I'm going to make the industry, you know, so money's a vote. Money's also speaking up. The government wants to, you know, I am comfortable with money, but there is this, if there wasn't some discomfort concerning money and you're talking about responsibilities, it's like they want to find out who built the crummy stairway that collapsed, who is responsible. I want to know about responsibility with money. I want to understand what's going on in my life with money right now. And it isn't just about me having money or not having money. It's about responsibility, how this translates into people that rip me off, or do I take care of my dad when he's old? I mean, there's a million ways that you can try to talk about this, and so there's no confusion in me. Well, I feel that in my relationships, I don't quite have it together with money. I can make it and I can do without it. so that makes money no problem. But I'm relating with people, and it's not good for me to not have my integrity concerning money and let somebody take advantage of me. It's not good to use
But
it.
that's about your integrity, it's not about the money. That's about you being honest. It's not about what you're being honest with.
Right, let me say this. I'm experiencing clarity because we've been having conversations about this. I've been asking, and you've been talking to me. And I'm experiencing clarity. Can I relax into what I'm
Relaxing.
Can I relax into what I feel like has been settled between us in our conversations about this?
Well, I certainly hope so. That's the whole point.
Okay. Then you're telling me now that our private conversations and what's going on in my mind in conversing with you, it seems more than with my guide, but that clarity is accurate.
That is correct.
I knew that.
When I said, let the grocery store know that if they want to carry irradiated foods, you will not buy it, my attention was not on money as a tool. My attention was on you being in touch with yourself and knowing what you valued, and you're communicating where you would bring your interest, not where you would bring your money. I'm talking about being in touch with your feelings and conveying your feelings. So that another might have the opportunity to respond from their feelings as well. But not to use money as a tool of leveraging. You've got to stay in touch with what's going on inside of you and expressing it clearly, communicating it.
Well, I have a lot more trouble with my feelings and openness than I do with money.
Yes, that's true.
So maybe I want to shift attention to something I don't have any trouble with instead of dealing with the real problem.
Everyone does.
But
So whether or not you're going to have to support your father in his old age, it has nothing to do with money. It will have to do with being in the moment then, being in touch with the movement in you, and at that point, you will know what you need to do or not do.
that's fact.
And you will also find yourself having the means to do whatever it is you are supposed to do or not do. Then you will have it. Not because you saved it up in anticipation of need, or even a false sense of obligation for something that in the end it won't be your responsibility to meet. You see what I'm saying? The more you can stay in touch with your need in the moment, in the now, and the more you find your needs being met in the moment, because that's where you brought your attention, the better able you will be, for lack of better words, to be effective in a future moment. Because you will know how to be in that moment where the wholeness of the moment is, and you will find the wholeness of the moment available to you. as someone said earlier on one of the breaks, so many people have investment programs, and they have handled their money well, and they have this and that and the other means of saving and being protected for the future, and they were feeling secure, and then they find that this company folded that they had invested in, and that company has mishandled their business, and all of a sudden their portfolio has dwindled. And some of them have found themselves with nothing. And there they are in the moment, not knowing how to be fully in the moment, where the wholeness is available to them. And as a result, they feel abandoned, lost, and unable to cope. Where those who have learned to be present in the moment, those who have learned that it's the Father's good pleasure to give them the kingdom, and they are open to that which identifies the ongoing, ever-present gift, they would not find themselves concerned if all of their portfolio disappeared. The fact is, they wouldn't have a portfolio.
So my feigned concern with money is trying to sidestep the issues of clearly expressing my feeling.
Yes.
And standing solid with the integrity that I'm clearly feeling.
That is correct.
That's a lot harder. Or maybe just more meaningful.
That's what it is. And because it's more meaningful, it's going to involve more transformation for you.
No, thank you. And after all this good food, I've really learned not to ask why, so I'm just going to let this rest. Thank you, guys.
You almost stop being afraid of transformation.
Almost. But I got it together there at the last moment. There's so much love in this room.
Transformation always involves the release of the irrelevant. The problem is that the release of the irrelevant usually means the release of that which you had previously thought was highly relevant. But like her last name, the loss of it feels like it is relevant, and it isn't. And she won't find out that it isn't relevant until she lets go of it. And then, that's a freedom.
I know you're not much on talking about the future, but just suppose that I get it together enough to get in touch with my feeling, and I stand in my integrity to, in this imagined problem that I've got going on, can you help me see harmony? Beautiful conclusion? Will you?
I will be with you every step of the way. That's the whole point.
Well, I want to thank you for the clarity that you gave me
this morning.
You are welcome. You are welcome. I just want to end with the remembrance that independence is more than anything a gift you give to others, as well as being a gift you give yourself. You must release others from the concepts you are holding them to in your mind, and you must release yourselves from the concepts you hold yourself hostage to. Independence is, more importantly, a gift than a possession. And that's where it's at. And that's what needs to be remembered. And that's what needs to be embodied. And at the bottom line, releasing your hostages is the meaning of forgiveness.
I'm really ready to do this.
Good. And as each of you does it, I can only convey it this way. It is as though you will find yourself supported by thousands of angels. When you release hostages, you are blessed, supported. And that's what I want you to remember from this weekend. I have loved being with you.